Namaste Gujarat.
Hello, good morning to all of you, and I welcome you to my workshop on complex analysis in MS Excel. This is Bhaskaracharya National Institute for Space Application and Geoinformatics. Actually, all the government channels and programs are broadcast from this studio, and we are lucky to have this studio for our mathematics workshop. So, I welcome all the participants who are joining online as well as here in the studio. This is a great opportunity for you to see this how a TV studio works, and that is an additional gain in addition to my complex number analysis and details on that. So, myself Chanchal Das, and some of the things about me is written here. I am not going to read all those things. Briefly, I should say that I have invented 3 game changing technology in 3 different fields. One is a multi-zone oil completion technology, which is used for producing oil from multiple reservoirs, and it is the innovation related to solving the problem of cross flow. This is a great innovation in oil industry. Then I have developed one contact bridge gaming app. Contact bridge gaming app, actually this is also the innovation is that players can join in that tournament offline, means in club or any other places, but they can play with gadgets. At present it is played with playing cards, but they can play with tablets, mobile phones, and all these things offline. And third thing is this teaching mathematics in a last innovation. And this innovation, if I say that what is the innovation in mathematics teaching, I wish that every subject I should able to teach in one day. It is not required that you have to spend 5 semester, 10 semester or 5 years course, 3 years course, not like that. One subject, one day. So, that is the innovation I have done, and I have worked with ONGC and Hindustan Fertilizer Corporation for 30 plus years, and then I left my job and I have started my 2 companies. One is Oilfield Technologies Limited and another is Scientific Research Labs Private Limited. And I am basically a mechanical engineer with a postgraduate diploma in operational research and MBA in finance. And this is a thing, and a lot of awards I have received, and the highest among these awards is the World Oil Award from Gulf publication, and this is for innovative thinker category. So, this is a good achievement. I am member of many mathematical and petroleum engineering societies, and I am not going to list all those things, and published many papers related to petroleum engineering, related to mathematics, and written a book in contact bridge also, and in mathematics I have published 4 books till date, and 6 of my books are in pipeline, and all these 6 books actually in mathematics, and my target readers for whom I am writing this book is the mothers of growing child, that mathematics books. And what is that, actually I will explain during my workshop. And I have visited many countries, and many of the countries even 4 or 5 times, 6 times, 7 times, and this is briefly about me. So, today what I will be going, I will be with you up to 5. First session will be the introductory session, and what I will introduce there, I will introduce about our DAS math what we are doing, and then we will take you to the complex number, why it is required, introductory remarks on complex number. Then we will break a short, and then we go for modeling and animation in Excel. That is primary requirement actually, because what I feel that mathematics is a skill, and that skill, every skill requires some tools to work. For an artist, if he do not have this canvas, paint and brush, he cannot do anything. And for the same sake, any singer, if he is not having instrument, he cannot sing in good way. Like that mathematics also, if you do not have any tool, then you cannot do much mathematics. So, what are the tools that we will be doing with mathematical modeling and animation, and I will tell about those tools. And then there will be a lunch break, and then I will after lunch break I will explain about complex number and complex analysis. This will be a theory part mostly, and I feel this will be a boring part, because when we study complex number, mostly we cannot visualize what actually happening. When I talk about w is equal to z square, z is a complex number, then we cannot see it what it signifies. So, I admit that it may be some boring little bit, but that introduction is required. And after that we will have a break, and after break again we will use those modeling tools what we learned in second session to explain this complex number. So, this will be my 4 sessions breakup. With this I am proceeding, and this is the MOM series, and why it is MOM series I will explain later. MOM series means I am thinking that a mother, she wants to teach her child mathematics properly, but they actually do not know what to teach, how much to teach, where to teach, and why to teach. So, my target is that if I can explain that, then mother can be a best teacher, because she spends maximum time with child. So, this is the philosophy on that series, and my presentation, my papers are targeted that. I see a mother, she is trying to teach mathematics to a student. So, my explanation in that direction. And this is one of my quote as mathematics, sometimes we feel that mathematics is puzzling people, but that is not. For me, mathematics is for solving real life problems. Whatever real life problem is that, if we can solve it, then we are mathematician. If we cannot solve it, then we are not a mathematician. But in exam, what happened? We give some puzzling questions to students, where that question that a student never face in their life, but still we put that question, puzzling them. Many students somehow pass, fail, and we judge with that his mathematical abilities. So, that is I think that should be avoided. We should think that whether their problems they are solving any real life issues or not. So, here my objective is to explain the mathematical concept, not that conventional way. Mathematical concept in not conventional way means what? Conventional way, what we do, we teach a theory or formula, and then we give them 10, 20, 30 problems to solve using that theory. So, in that way what they do, they forget about the concept, why we learn that. Their main focus becomes that how to solve or use that theory to solve this problem. What is the concept for, that will secondary. So, my teaching is only based on concept. You should understand the concept. And with that, we have established this Das Mathematics Lab, and Swaminarayan Institute is, I should thank them that they have provided me lot of facilities, infrastructures, and it is working there. And now question you can ask why we established Das Math, actually what is the objective. So, our objective is that we do not do fundamental research on mathematics very clearly. We do not do any fundamental research on mathematics. We do whatever known mathematics, we try to simplify that, and we want to simplify in such a way that a student like Mandar, he is 13 years of age, he should also able to understand this mathematics. So, that is my objective of Das Math Lab. And here what I tell you that my research finding, this is a great finding actually. You can see humans are born math literate, means they know already mathematics, and they do not know that they know math, and we do not teach math, we actually make awareness that you know math. So, in you will see my presentation also, I will never try to teach you any mathematics. I will try to tell you that you already know all those things. Only thing when it comes to the theoretical part, means what way we have to write, read in exams, that makes difference. Otherwise, nobody, many people never goes to school also, but lead life very smoothly, never face any problem in life. You will not find a unsuccessful man who is unsuccessful due to lack of mathematics. You got my point? I will establish this point later. So, in that way I think everybody is mathematician, whether he goes to school, college or not, all are mathematician. And I give some examples of housewives. Housewives maximum math who uses every day. If we count that how many mathematics problem has been used in his activities or in her activities, the top one will be the housewives. Cooking. Cooking, they require lot of mathematics to use. They do it effortlessly without going even any college school, they do it. And to supplement it, I should say, if you are the suppose great engineer, suppose you are making many robots to do any work for you, and you want that you should make a robot who will cook for you. So, you have to program accordingly, no? He has to cook, but that mathematics will be the most difficult mathematics, because when you program this cook, he can cook, but he cannot bring the taste what we enjoy every day. You got it point? Mechanically he can fry and everything he can do, but you will never get that taste. Sometimes you may get good taste, better than what we do, but the housewives, those makes hundreds of recipes. They make morning one type, afternoon one type, lunch one type, dinner one type, and ingredients are different, and combination of these, proportion of these, application of heat of these are all different. If you anybody research what are the mathematics, one girl, she was doing PhD in ICT, she was attending one, she got fascinated, she was started writing, working on mathematics in cooking, isn't it, after my workshop. So, like that in every sphere of life we do mathematics, and here I have given some example that household expenditure, this maintaining household expenditure, it is a great mathematics, and this is true for our great rich persons like Mukesh Ambani, Adani, and a daily wager, who earn 300, 400 rupees daily. Everybody that financial management is same, calculation is same. With that resources, he has to manage his own kingdom, whatever may be. He has to plan his leisure time, medical time, school education, everything, and they do it. It is not that they cannot do it, only rich man can do it. Everybody is doing that, even though their income is low. Similarly, driving vehicle. Driving vehicle, when we drive vehicles, you see that congested roads, millions of people passing same road, but hardly there is any chaos. Smoothly it goes. One to case, extreme case, if you leave it, everything running smoothly. And all these things, many of them using that laws of motion, isn't it? That Newton's laws of motion, acceleration, deceleration, they take decision whether we should overtake or not, we should do stop, brake, all those things they are doing, and they are calculating and doing. But many of them never heard about Newton has some laws in motion. And similarly, transaction in marketplace. This is a great place where many people comes who has never visited any school or college, but you never can cheat them. You cannot take extra money with them. They are very calculative. They are more calculative than us. So, this who keeps track, they can understand that. So, not knowing mathematics is not a problem in life. Everybody knows mathematics, but if you know, then you have a upper hand. So, this is my thing, and that is not the end of the story. If you go this animal kingdom, no, they are using math, means every time, every frequent time, every action is governed by mathematics, isn't it? You see this so nice hexagonal cells honeybees are creating. They do not have any scale, they do not have any tool to measure, but you see that uniformity. And why they create this hexagonal cell, that is also very scientifically best way of doing that, storing the honeys, no, and this is the best way of storing honeys. They can store maximum honey with maximum resistance, with some force comes. So, hexagonal shape gives maximum resistance, other shape will collapse with little force. They knows all those things, and they similarly, if you go for this nest, it is not that these birds put some straw, grass or something like that and put. They do not have any needle, they do not have any glue, and this if we also study this mathematics of this nest, how they construct their nest, that can be a research project also. Here the specialty is that you say they many times they do, many birds they have multi-layer, means what I should say, first floor, second floor, third floor. They have floors, you know, they have bedrooms and all these things are there, but most interesting thing is that it can withstand 80 kilometer, 90 kilometer per hour wind speed. So much strong these are. This is not just putting something like that. Even though the storm goes, they are safe. So, some extra force, then it may break, otherwise it will think. Similarly, cuckoos and crows stories and great mathematics are there in this migratory birds. Every time we see this migratory bird in this moving in triangle, and it is lot of mathematics is involved in that. Why they take this shape? It is also mathematically, scientifically do that. So, they knows all those scientific And they don't only know, they teaches us that this is also science, that drag force and all these things. And similarly, this plants, many mathematical thoughts they have. Some examples I have given, that sunflower, it has a sense of direction. Wherever a sunflower in USA, a sunflower in India, a sunflower in Japan, they all face in east, and they have some mechanism to identify which is east, is not it? So, a sense of season. You see, when we go here regularly, I see sometime the new leaves comes, and sometimes the leaves shades, all leaves fall. So, we can think that now new season is coming. So, they have sense of season, they shade their leaves. Similarly, sense of touch, sense of time, even touch me not, if you touch it collapses, it is okay. They have sense of touch, but they have sense of timing also, because after some time they open up also, and they calculate why they open up, because somebody touching means some enemy is there. It may be cow, it may be buffalo, somebody has come, so they collapses their leaves. But if they keep it collapsed like that, they will not get food, no? So, they have to open. So, they wait for some time and they try to feel, they cannot see, but they feel that now there is no danger. So, they start opening slowly. So, mathematics is there also. And lastly, I have given some cauliflower and this farm mathematics, all these very advanced ideas of mathematics, and I think if I find time, I will explain that also. Now, this is another very fascinating thing about mathematics. This first photo, can you say what is that? Cloud. Second one? Third? Okay. Now, if I ask this last one is not fire, it is cloud, will you agree? No? First one, if I tell it is fire, okay, will you agree? No. Okay. Why? Why you can't agree? Because you know that this cloud is looks like this. So, if I tell it is fire, you will not agree. But now you think of something in nature, nature nothing is being machine shop, no? So, nobody is creating these clouds, nobody is creating these fires, this is randomly generating. So, which is generating randomly, can they have a regular figure? But it is having regular figure, no? You are telling, no, it is cloud, it is not fire. So, regular figure, you are not asking even it is this cloud is from US or UK or India. However, cloud will be like this, and you know that. But how it can be possible, a thing which generates randomly, how they get a regular shape? Are you getting valid point or not? And mathematicians has to explain all those things, and we have mathematics. It is not that we don't have mathematics, but we don't teach it to our students, because it is very costly, complex, not costly, complex. So, we think that they will not understand and they will not means they may not get interest, they get math phobia and they will run away. So, we avoid, we give simple syllabus, we create a simple syllabus, so that people can get more people can get attracted in mathematics, and we avoid this complex mathematics. But I think this trend has to be changed, and many students are there who has capability to take this advanced mathematics, and in the name of syllabus we are depriving them. They have capability, but you know that if I tell these things, the others will not be interested on that. But you are satisfying others, but who's you are not depriving those who can learn. So, there should be some mechanism, and that is one of the reason we are in being a startup and teaching mathematics. I know it is not possible from the conventional setup. Conventional setup, you have fixed time, fixed syllabus, and you cannot go beyond that. You do not have flexibility. Here we are talking complex analysis, and we are exploring the mathematics in nature, mathematics in plants, mathematics in cooking, all those things, and I have not talking about complex numbers. So, that flexibility we have, and that is the reason I established that startup company for teaching mathematics. That flexibility we can get, and after attending this 5-6 hours course, I think you will feel that I know maximum of complex analysis. I have not started even now, but I am pretty sure after going from when you will go here, you will confidently tell, complex analysis I know. So, this is the thing. And what we avoid, this is the avoid, you can see this is a, what is this actually? Railway tracks. Okay. Now, you think, can a railway track be converging? How the wheels, they are iron wheels, no? So, how this track is converged, then how the train will go with that? You thought any time these issues? So, what is the conclusion is that the what we see is not actual world. There is a difference between visual world and actual world, and we everybody tell it is a track, but nobody thinks why it is not parallel, why it is converging. So, converging due to our eye, physically it is parallel. So, what I am seeing, it is not true. Got anything? And this is not true, and why it is not true, that brief this yesterday your mother was talking about Milan. He was explaining why we feel this earth as flat. You know what was the story? No? He is a 13 years boy. His brother is Milind, he is 8. Milind age 8.
Yes, sir.
So, Milind is 8. Now, he was explaining his mother that why we feel this earth is flat, you know. His mother told, no, I do not know why we feel it is flat. Well, you see, if you take a sphere, a small sphere, and then you put it in the microscope and see it and enlarge, you go on enlarging it, then you will find that some point of time the surface is flat. Even I cannot think of explaining why surface is flat, like that, is not it? Approximation theory comes from there, linearization, everything we want to linearize. So, if we take a small portion and extrapolate, enlarge, so it becomes because it is a curved surface, we take a small portion and then we enlarge it. So, it will appear as a linear, and linear problems we can solve easily. Non-linear problems is very difficult to solve. You can see this last corner, sit this side, yeah, so that you can see face, your face is obstructing with path. And this is, what is this? Can you show that What is this? 3D cube. Very good. Actually, you see, this is the real problem what is having in mathematics. In college, engineering college, we are being shown isometric view, how to make isometric view, how to make perspective view, everything, mechanical engineering drawing, so many big books here. But here we tell it a cube, but we know that it is a flat surface. In a flat surface, a cube cannot be exist. Cube is having 3 dimensions. So, it is a 2-dimensional object, but still we feel it is a 3-dimensional object. In picture, it is a 2-dimensional object, no? So, how we can feel it as a 3-dimensional object? This is actually we have added the depth perception, and this technique also we should learn, because it is required for engineering or anything else, but we never learn because it is not written. Even though they teach is how to make isometric things, how to make these perspective drawings, they never teach is how to do that. Mechanically we do, putting set square and all those things, we do that. We are never knowing how this works. So, with this our objective was to change the way we learn mathematics, and first workshop I conducted in 7th June 2014 at GTU, Gujarat Technological University, and that time our Vice Chancellor was Dr. Akshay Agarwal ji. And when I first approached, and he was very much got interested in my topics, because he was a mathematician. He tried to popularize mathematics like anything, but he was not successful, and he knew the problem of mathematics teaching. So he gave me this opportunity, but he put me in a very hot seat. What is the hot seat? He told, no, you when you want to conduct some workshop, you do it for faculties, not for students. And you can imagine, I was an engineer in ONGC, and I never delivered any lecture anywhere except 1-2 paper presentation. Paper presentation means that is my topic and I am presenting, so there is no that issue, but some giving a lecture particularly, this is another art, and nobody can do that. And I know Karthik, I like your presentation, and Karthik is one of the faculty members in SSIT, and I sit beside his classroom, and I like the throw he attend present his ideas to students with that. Anyhow, so we have conducted this workshop at GTU, and all these faculties were from different part of engineering colleges of Gujarat, and VC sir himself inaugurated that workshop, and it was very successful workshop, and that was the breakthrough, you can say, in my efforts in popularizing mathematics. And this was another question, means here, and you can see that he was so interested, he could mobilize this much faculties throughout Gujarat. It is not a small thing. Many people has come 100 kilometer, 200 kilometer, 300 kilometer to attend this workshop, and he himself was present in that presentation. So, what was the pain point we are trying to solve? The difficulty of learning or understanding mathematical concept. Actually, this is the problem. We learn problem solving, but we do not learn the concept. So, we try to teach the concept. This is the thing we are doing, and we have applied a patent. It was not granted, but still we are contesting. So, today this will be the topics of what we will be discussing, broad topics, and this first group will be the complex number, about what is the complex number and related algebra of complex numbers, all these things. Second thing is the functions, and lastly the integration, differentiation, all these things. So, the topics what I should focus mainly are this written here. So, after attending this workshop, participants can dive deeper in the subject as much as they like. Means I may not teach you everything today, but I will definitely try to give some tools to you, so that you can solve any problem related to complex analysis, and that too you will be knowing why you are required to learn complex analysis and how it is related to life. What is not related to life, I do not want to teach that. I do not want to teach that mathematics also. Even some thoughts are there which in our life we use 0.1% or 0.01%, means hardly somebody required that in real life, and many mathematicians are working on those ideas also, and I am not stopping them, do not do that, but I am not interested in that. I am interested in the broad mathematics which is required for every citizen to teach that, which is every educated person or a scientific successful engineer, mathematician, scientist, doctors, they should know this, what is required, general mathematics. And that is the thing, is we try to take the participant to the path of self discovery and self learning. That I will be trying to do. I will give you some tool. With that tool you can explore many things. How to do that, that also I teach. And this question, what for we require mathematics? Question comes, say what to start, and I was thinking what to start actually when I start. In class 11, if anybody of you remember that where complex analysis started, no? So, you will see that it starts that complex analysis was required for solving quadratic equation. When the discriminant was negative, then we cannot get a real roots, and we used imaginary number, and then complex number came. But this story never excite me, because okay, suppose I do not require any solving any quadratic equation. So, is it then complex analysis is not required? If I have not have any problem in solving quadratic equations, do we avoid that complex number? Is it not related only, it is related only to solving quadratic equation, or it will be required for any general life, means as I told that general life problem solving. If it is that, then we should learn it. But if it is required to solve quadratic equation, I will avoid, I will never try to solve quadratic equation, and I can avoid learning complex analysis. Is it okay? This is not okay. We should relate where complex analysis is related to life. Okay. In doing so, I thought that why we require mathematics at all? Can anybody tell why? What was the first requirement of mathematics? We start from the zero. Suppose I give you two examples. One example that we think that we are not in 21st century. Think that we have 10,000 years back, that people Stone Age, and we are all Stone Age people. So, what was the mathematics we required that time? Hunting food, yes. What is the mathematics required for that? I tell you, all these things we do naturally, no, animals also do. So, whatever mathematics means in the sense of speed and all those things, that naturally we do, but particular requirement, social requirement, for that we require some mathematics. And what was the first mathematics? No, you do not tell, let others tell. And for the same sake, if you think that you are a child, very small child, and you are growing, then what should be your first requirement of mathematics? What you want to learn first and why? I am trying to correlate mathematics with life. मैथमेटिक्स क्यों चाहिए? बहुत सारे लोग they never visit schools, so they don't require mathematics. They are leading very healthy life, successful life. Even my consultant, he is in CA, and he is consultant advisor to 3 chief ministers. He is very great person. And all the mega projects the government do, he advises how to proceed on that. So, he is my advisor also, and when I take advice, then he told, when I talk about my math project, then he told, Chanchal, you know, I do not know mathematics, but I am successful. So, why you are unnecessarily doing all those things? Valid question or not? I tell him, you know better mathematics than me, and that is why you are successful. You do not know that where you are applying your mathematics. As you are a mathematician, you calculating every aspect and taking a best decision on that, and that is why you are successful. Though I teach mathematics, I am not successful because I cannot calculate which one the best option, and I cannot take a right decision on that. So, these are the things. So, mathematics is required whether you learn it or not, naturally you learn it. So, a child, what for he will require mathematics? Think of first his first requirement. What is he required? He required first thing some food. When he feel hungry, he requires food. What he do? He cannot ask Mummy, हमको खाना दो. She or he cannot tell that. No, what he do? Cry. So, this is a language. So, Mummy will immediately notice, yes, he or she is hungry. So, feed them. Then he grows up slowly. Then he is having some choice. Something you give, he throws away. I do not like this. Is not it? So, sometimes you give something, he throws it, I do not know. So, what is the first mathematics is required? Every mathematics when you teach and learn, no, you just first ask why you will learn that. Now, Mandar comes in field. Take mic. Tell me why, what is the first requirement?
So, what exactly should I say, sir? First requirement for?
Why what mathematics we require first, and what for?
Sir, as you said, first food, then for play we can require geometry, we have those shape toys and everything else, those blocks and all. And then, yeah, sir, as we grow up, similar in play only, when we are, let's say we are jumping around, we are hanging on bars, that is also calculation.
No, we are not calculating there, no. This is not required calculation, we naturally do that.
Yeah, so that is a form of
But
maybe
some
mathematics.
point of time you require some mathematics. So, I am asking that activity. Okay. I will answer. Okay. So, actually we require when mummy gives me one biscuit, no, I am not happy, I want two. So, it is counting. That fellows, Stone Age fellows, they used to think that they have a herd of 40 goats or 40 cows, and morning they see something, they see that something missing. They realize that something missing, but they cannot quantify which one missing, how many missing, and this is true for them also, because they live in caves, no, they live in trees, and some animals comes and some take away from them. So they realize someone was there yesterday, today he is not there. So they try to keep track of that. That was the phrasing mathematics, means other job it is okay. So they started using tallies to keep track, one for me, one for him, one for you, like that. So 7, 8 people, so 7 stick. Next day morning we see that there is no 7, there is someone missing somehow. So we can track from that. So this type of mathematics what we call counting. What mathematics is required for that? Activity is counting, and what are the mathematics required for that? Numbers. And what are the numbers? Which number? 0 don't require. Why 0 will be there? Okay. So anyhow, this is my main objective, that you should not learn any mathematics. We learn calculus, and nobody tell clearly why. Even I conduct workshop for faculties. Earlier I was focusing on university faculties also. Now I am trying to reach school students. So first thing, many of the faculties also don't clearly tell why they learn calculus. So if you don't know what is, they know a lot of theories on calculus, but they don't know why they learn calculus. So these are the problems we should first ask, and that was the problem with me also, and that's why I ran away from school days. I shifted from mathematics to biology in my school days, because we had in 9, 10, 11, no, we have branching science, arts and commerce, and science student have a choice: physics, chemistry, mathematics, biology. You have to take 4, but 4th subject will be counted, that basic means 60%. If you get 80, the 20 will add, not total 80 will add in your mark. So if you get 120, so 60 will remove 4th subject, others you will get full marks. So this was the thing. So when I started facing problem, I shifted biology. And though I could do somehow manage to do engineering, because I like engineering and I could do it, but without mathematics, engineering, doing mathematics is a problem. So moral is that we should learn mathematics. First we should ask ourselves why we are learning mathematics. That is the requirement. So if I think from that angle, we start our mathematics, evolution of mathematics. If you can see that it starts with natural numbers, then comes whole numbers, integers, rational number, irrational number, real number, imaginary number, complex numbers, logarithmic numbers, prime numbers, quaternion, and many more numbers. And all these numbers we learn without knowing the relevance and why we learn that. And all these numbers associated with some operation which is called binary operations, that is addition, subtraction, multiplication, division and exponentiation. This is the basic binary operation. And then this branching, arithmetic, geometry, algebra, linear algebra, trigonometry, calculus, statistics. Now many people tell, sir, I don't know statistics, I am a graph, I have done PhD in graph theory, I don't know statistics. Somebody tells, sir, I am PhD in trigonometry, I don't know calculus. and somebody told I have done PhD on analysis, I cannot teach graph theory. So, like that, but in life, can you tell I do not know this subject, so I will not solve this problem. Whatever problem comes, you have to solve, and if it is required, you have to learn everything. You cannot tell I have not done PhD on that, so I will not do that, is not it? And you have to manage it. If you do not know, you learn it, or if you cannot learn it, you engage someone to do it for you. You cannot avoid. But in courses, we try to avoid. If a PhD faculty who is in graph theory, he never willing to take a subject on calculus or any other. So, thing, but this holistically if you learn, then there is no calculus, there is no geometry, there is no coordinate geometry, one thing is there, mathematics. So, these are another thing, and where to start teaching mathematics in 21st century, and what is to be required to be learned in school days. So, we will scan this thing in second session. Along with this, we will do some modeling also, and we will break here. We will take a short break, and before breaking, I have given my introduction, and I wish that you also introduce yourself to the audience, because we cannot see how many people are joining from. Can you say how many people joining online? 10. So, those are joining online, for them also we will take a break, and those who are joining offline in TV studio, let us have a introduction one by one. So, we will start with you. Your name is Harsh. You do not stand, take the mic, and yes.
Hello sir, myself Harshit Javeri sir. Myself Harshit Javeri.
No, who are you? You tell about something about yourself.
I am right now studying petroleum engineering in PDPU.
Yes.
And completed my third year.
Yes. Okay. Where you stay?
Yeah, I live in Ahmedabad, sir.
Ahmedabad, very good. Next.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. My name is Kevin Patel. I am currently studying third year of BTech Petroleum Engineering at PDEU. Currently, I am living in Gandhinagar, and I am working as an intern with Das sir. That's all.
Very good.
My name is Parth Patel. I am currently pursuing my petroleum engineering at PDU, and I am from Patang, Gujarat.
Very good.
My name is Parth Ratwa. I am third year student, petroleum engineering student from PDU. I am currently work as intern for Chanchal Das.
Very good.
Hello, I am Mandar Kolatkar. I'm 13 years old. I'm currently doing an internship at Star Labs, and yeah, I'm a science communicator for Indo Science Education Trust, and I'm also a brand ambassador of Indo Science Education Trust Bhavishika program.
Good morning. My name is Karthik Prajapati, and I am working as a ad hoc lecturer in Sri Swaminarayan Institute of Technology, and I'm currently living in Ahmedabad. Thank you.
Very good.
Hello, good
I
morning.
like your lecture.
Thank you.
I'm as an assistant professor in Sri Swaminarayan Institute of Technology, and my name is Dipali Parekh. In the last 6 years, I'm working as a assistant professor in engineering college.
Very good. Where you passed out?
2015.
Which college? Which university?
LDRP, Kadi University.
And both of you are joining any PhD program?
No.
I think you should join. You should finish it in early age. You can Parallelly, nowadays there are options, no, you can join while working with that. My advice is that this will give some very good added advantage in future.
Yes.
So you should do that. I wish Mandar, you have not introduced what actually, which class and what actually you are doing. You have what you are doing you have told, but what you are studying you have not shared.
Okay, so yeah, currently I'm just I'm learning programming. So I've learned Python. I know a little bit of Java. Then I've done C, Arduino. Then I've done machine learning, artificial intelligence, and image recognition in Python. Yeah, I'm currently also learning CAD, SolidWorks, and yeah.
Schooling, study, what this you are doing, what is your schooling, you have not told about that.
I am actually currently homeschooled. Yeah, sir. So I'm pursuing more extracurricular activities alongside with the lecture, sir, for complex analysis, calculus, etc.
Have you attended that last time? You have attended last time calculus.
Yes, sir.
Can you tell something what you learned there?
Yeah, so last time we learned integration, derivation, how we can actually understand them properly by simulating them in Excel, by doing the calculations in Excel and seeing the actual results on graphs. You can plot every value, you can see the change in every single value, how they are correlated. So that we did through Excel.
Very good. And what is today? What is your expectation? Can you tell about what is the complex number and why you want to learn that? What is your present thought?
So currently, what I know about complex numbers, what I have learned mostly through books, is they are a sum of real and imaginary numbers. So my expectation, sir, is to get a better understanding and see how complex analysis works and what it exactly is. Yeah, through Excel or yeah, to get a good understanding of what it is.
So actually, I wanted to hear from him. Actually, he inspired me actually, and not only that, I feel he inspire me. He can inspire millions of students. Those they feel that we cannot learn all those things. What he learn, even I don't know many of them that things, and he is not going to school. He is homeschooled. And whatever he likes and want to learn, he learn himself. And beauty of him is that when I have I try to teach something, he learns much advanced things on that, because I teach something which I try to teach x, y, z, and he goes beyond that. One day I was teaching how to make a surface, and immediately I was when I was attending other participant, he shoot back me to a surface of sine curves. So it was so nice, sine curves, no? Surface of sine curves. So very talented boy and doing lot of things. He has satellite, his mini satellite, and he is working on some satellite which will be launched, actual satellite, not pilot or prototype sort of thing. So with that we will be breaking now, and after 15 minutes we will come back, and our this next workshop will be that this thing. What is required to be learned in school days? If we have clarity on this, because we don't look back, and this is the opportunity to look back, and from that we will try to extract where the complex number placed in that, whether we can avoid complex number in our system, or it is a integral part of our total system. Whether we can go ahead in higher studies without complex number, or it is required for complex number, because I have to spend, everything is not free. You have to spend your lot of time, and if you spend it in unwanted things, then you cannot progress. So, we should understand whether it is a unwanted subject or wanted subject, whether we should learn it or not learn it. So, all these questions will come, and that we will try to explore from the syllabus we require to learn from class 1 to 12 in our school days. So, with that we will break and we will come back after 15 minutes. Okay, thank you. Hello, welcome back to our second session on complex analysis, and first session we stopped there. Where to start? That was a question mark we have created, and now we are trying to give the answer on where to start. So, in my teaching mathematics in 21st century, here what I will do, I will try to scan what mathematics we require to learn in school days. If we are not clear, then always we will be shaky. Mathematics is an infinite subject, endless subject, you can go on at any extent. So, it is not possible to anyone to learn those vast subject. So, before that we should then we should able to understand what we require to learn, and my next focus will be on this and what to be learned in school days from class 1 to 12. So, this is 12 years what we learn in mathematics. So, that we will try to explain. Here you can see I have tried to summarize all the mathematics chapters that is required to be learned in school days, and there are class 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 up to 12 class, and each class you can see there are 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18 chapters. So, on an average there are 15 chapters, and in 12 years we have to read 182 chapters. There are 182 chapters, and you can see each chapter having many concepts, and we have to learn all those concepts. So, this is a huge task, and from Dash Math I wish that this 12 year course, if we can teach in 12 days. So, our objective is that we will teach all this 12 years course in 12 days. That is the ambitious plan we have. We do not know whether we can achieve that or not, but our goal is in that direction. So, let us scan what we are required to learn in these 12 years. I have broadly summarize the broad topics that is involved in these 12 years, and what I have noticed that there are broad topics, 29 topics, or if depending on your choice it can be shortened or it can be expanded, but on an average there are 29 topics, broad topics, and it starts first you can see it starts with geometry. So, one of my and I am talking all these things from NCERT book. These are the NCERT syllabus. So, almost throughout India we follow this syllabus. This is very nice book. This is written by many prominent experts of our society, and the outcome of this, and these books are very nice books, and it starts with geometry, and you can see that there is a pattern. I have given that pattern in a color code, and first 2 chapters geometry and numbers, it starts in class 1 and it goes on up to class 10, even up to number system goes up to class 11. So, throughout our 12 years course, 11 years we learn numbers, and that we learn in a very neglected way. We think that what is in numbers, we never give importance, we give importance to calculus, and many people think that I do not know much calculus, I have difficulty in learning calculus, but I feel they are not good for numbers. That is the main problem what they are facing in higher studies, and this is visible from this syllabus also. 11 years we learn mathematics numbers, and I will tell about that what is that we learn in these 12 years also. And few of the topics that also start in class 1, but it ends in class 5, sometime it goes to 7 or sometime it ends in class 8, and these are the things: measurement, money, data handling, pattern. These are not start at 1, but it is not continue up to 12. Then few topics starts in class 6, algebra, ratio, proportion, measurement, like that. Then few topics starts in class 9, and mothers, what I tell you, mom series. Then mothers, I am writing this for mothers because they want to teach her child good mathematics, but they don't know. They know everything and they try to teach everything to the student, but there is a age barrier when which class what is to be learned. So, if they are clear about that, in class 6 algebra is required, she can very well, she will never try to teach algebra in class 4 or 5. So, like that it goes, and I have taken it first 10 things. Topics, these are the color codes, geometry and number almost throughout our school days, and arithmetic, measurement, these are start on 1 and ends in 5, 6, and then 3 chapters starts in class 6. And there are 4, 5 new topics starts in class 5 topics starts in class 9. Which is coordinate geometry, statistics, probability, proof of mathematics and mathematical modeling. And trigonometry starts at class 10, goes 11, 12, set theory in 11, function 11, 12, limit 11, derivative 11, and then last phase is differentiation, integration, differential equation. This is in class 12, but again I should say it is not year long. It is having 2 parts of books in class 12, and differential integration and differential equation. This is taught in second part. In college term we should say, we can say it is semester second semester, because last year it is having first year other courses, and there are many other topics also in class 12, matrix, determinants, vector, linear programming, all those things. So, these are the things. So, if we know this pattern that at which class a student should know which mathematics, this is a primer. So, if this thing is handy with them, they can focus on these topics, and they can teach as per requirement based on his class. His child is in class 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, where he is, and advanced students also he can know that he knows mathematics up to class 6. So, she can help him to learn class 7 books. If he learned up to 7 class topics, then she can help him to learn class 8 topics, like that. As a Mandar is learning, he is not following any syllabus, he is learning when calculus, he is finishing calculus, when he is learning vector, he is finishing all vectors, it is not class dependent. So, now to give the importance, what is the importance of the number system? You see that I told you in class 1 there are 13 chapter, class 2 15 chapter. This all I am talking about number chapters, total chapters, and in mathematics book and corresponding number chapters. So, there are 7 chapters which deals with numbers only in class 1. Similarly, 6 in class 2, 5 in class 3, like that 7 in class 6. You can see that class 7 class 6 there are 7 chapters, and I should say in NCERT book which they have prepared, up to 5 they do not want to force anything on students to learn. They make awareness. So, the book name itself is Math Magic, and any chapter you will read class up to class 5, you will never know what this chapter deals. All the chapters are stories, and stories, by that stories they want to make awareness about them in the real life world and try to correlate with mathematics, but they really do not teach any mathematics up to class 5. So, this is also one teaching for the parents who teaches their child, so that they try to build the child to learn everything in class 1, 2, 3, 4. Even some student parents they try to teach decimal number in class 2, 3. So, it is a mental torture sort of thing. So, this pattern we should know, not only you should know the topics, the pattern. So, first 5 class 5 up to 1, 2, 3, 4, or book name is not mathematics, it is Math Magic. So, they make different stories about mathematics life and correlate with numbers, that is all. And 6 onward, yes, theory starts. There you start algebra and all the real life theory difficult things start in class 6, and it goes 9. There are new topics come, coordinate geometry and all those things, and then 10 there are real numbers, 11 complex numbers, all these things come. So, I will explain this. So, I am trying to give a visual representation of those chapters. So, total chapters versus the chapters on numbers. So, you can say almost 50% or 30% chapters are whatever we are being taught is related to number system. And what we learn in number system, class 1, you see first we learn class number 1 to 9, then we learn addition of that, only number 1 to 9, that is all, and addition on that, subtraction on that. Then another chapter introduced later that teaches you 10 to 20. So, counting 10 to 20. Then next chapter 21 to 50, next chapter is 51 to 100, and then a chapter is general thought about all these things learned. So, you can say we in class 1 we learn class number 1 to 100 and subtraction and addition, these two, that is all. If your student, a class 1 student knows these things, his parents should feel that yes, he is good in mathematics. But if I try to teach it multiplication in class 1, then problem starts. So, that is the main in our society, math phobia develops there. Randomly we try to teach everything to our child. It is not that, it is very systematically we should learn. Then class 2, what we do? We have numbers, then how we can count these numbers. So, we use different methods, we make some groups, and suppose we make groups of 5. Chalks are there, these chalks are there, there are lot of chalks in a box, and I want to count. So, what I do 1, 2, 3, 4, and sometime I may miss it. So, what I will do, I will make it suppose 5, I will make a group or we will make with thread, and then 5, 5, 5, 5. So, 5, 5, 10, 10, 5, 15, like that. It is called counting in groups, that is being taught class 2. Similarly, counting in tens, then up to this okay. Then place value never we introduce. Third chapter we introduce tens and ones, means if it is 2-digit number, so what should be. Last 2 chapter give and take and birds come go, these are the transaction, related to transaction. So, whether he can transact or not. So, class 2, up to class 2 you can see we are dealing with only natural numbers, counting numbers. Counting numbers is natural number which starts from class number 1. Then again we start class 3 with fun with numbers, means whatever we have learned the application of that. Then give and take is for some transaction also only, and many application. Fun with give and take, this is the application. How many times? You can say this is the starting of multiplication, but exactly not multiplication. It is the introduction of multiplication. And can we share? That is also a story type, class 5, class 3. So, to some extent division thought they are introduced here. Then first 2 chapters are transactions only. Class 4, there are 4 chapters, and 3rd chapter is halves and quarters. There we start fractional numbers, but we do not teach fractional numbers. We try to realize if you have one roti, then how, if you make half to give to your brother, then what is the number? So, 1 by 2, 1 by 4, but their intention not to teach fractional numbers. Awareness that when we divide something, we require some number, is not it? Because we know only natural number. We do not know how we can express that half. If this is one chalk, if I divide, it will be 2, but what is the number to express that? We tell it has become half, but we do not have any number, no. So, that introduction here, and lastly tables and shares it related to multiplication table. And this is the thing, class 5 parts and wholes, here it comes fractional numbers. Earlier they have given awareness, here parts and wholes. And then next chapter is we try to understand about the nature of the number, composite number, prime number. So, multiples, factors, these things comes there, and 10th and 100th. So, unit value now 1/10, 100, and ways to multiply and divide, there are so many things. Again now class 6, you can see now class 6 is the most important. Again all those ideas class 1 to 5 they put in a chapter called knowing our numbers, and then another separate chapter which is whole numbers, and then playing with numbers, and last 4th chapter they introduce integers and fractions, then decimal places. So, all this related to give the problems why we require whole number, why we require integers, why we require fractional numbers, and then why we require decimal numbers. Why it is written there, but we hardly notice that. We just go on learning all these things. Anybody, I think if I tell that you know fractional number, then why we require decimal number? Same thing we do now. So, I think hardly you can have any answer. Have you thought Mandar any time why we require another number decimal?
Yeah, I think they are basically yeah sir, I have wondered. Yeah, I think they are yeah sir, I am not sure. I have thought about it.
But we do not have any answer. Yeah, just randomly we start learning decimal number. Why we learn a decimal number when I have fractional number? Fractional number is same, no? I can express 1 by 10 means 0.1. So, why fractional number is there by 1 by 10, 0.1. So, why I should learn 0.1, is not it? So, these are the things we should know. Then proportion and ratio, this also we in isolation we learn ratio and proportion. If I have initially told you the 3 things. One thing I have told you that what for we learn mathematics? I think this clarity should be there on all these points. This is counting, then these are the mathematics. We want to count, we want to compare, we want to measure, and then for that we use binary operation, means addition, subtraction, all those things. So, this is totally. So, in doing so, what for we require ratio and proportion? Can you correlate from this? What activity? If I do not, it is not required for my life, I do not want to learn that. Where is required ratio, proportion, and this. Can you tell in these three activities where we ratio and proportion helps? Very good, very good. So, compare what we do. Earlier we have learned subtraction to some extent for comparing. Your age is 15, my age is 20. So, 20 minus 5, I am 5 years older than you, like that. So, it is also comparing by subtraction, but here we can make a proportion. Proportion in the sense a motorcycle cost 1 lakh, a car cost 11 lakhs. So, I can tell okay, car cost minus motorcycle cost is 10 lakhs, but that will not give any information to me, that information is not that helpful. But if I know that 1 lakh and 10 lakh, so 1 is to 10, so 11. So, 11 times of the car. So, I can say, so if I take a car, I can take 11 motorcycle in that price. So, that information is useful. I am comparing also. Here also I am comparing by division, that is ratio and proportion. When we compare two ratios, that is proportion again. So, ratio and proportion we learn to some extent for comparison. And when this is actually I was given for a fun actually, when we teach try to teach the student, no, then it is like locating a location. So, someone asking me, sir, ye Vizag, where is that Vizag? So, I was telling, okay, you know Infosys, yes sir, I know. So, you come towards Infosys and cross it, and then you go to some distance 1-2 kilometer right side, it is Vizag. Is the description is any wrong? So, he can follow, he will try to move towards that Infosys, you cross that Infosys, you go 1 kilometer and right side Vizag, everybody will reach there, very nice. And then that fellow was coming from this Koba circle. So, he was heading towards Infosys, he crossed the Infosys and then he turned right side, he saw that police headquarters there. Sir, there is no Vizag, it is police headquarters, because he was moving from opposite side. And this is the case when we teach mathematics. Many things we describe, because I know where is the Vizag and I am describing that, and you, when you cannot follow, I think you are so foolish that you cannot follow. I am describing the location so nicely, even you cannot reach there. But he is he is seeing, no, from where he is talking, but he is approaching from other direction. So mathematics also like that. When we teach, we know what I am talking, A to Z, but the listener, he don't know. Even you don't know what I will teach in next point. I have something in my mind, I am going on talking on that, and you are blank totally. So you are not coming with me. So like that we try to teach mathematics. So we should take them with you, and you should put that yes, it is opposite side. My location is here. If you come from this side, it will reach here, and if you are coming this side, it will be before in positive left side. So both things are there. And where I think when we explain any mathematical concept, we lack on that. If I actually show you, and nowadays that option is there. Now I can share the location in WhatsApp, Google location in WhatsApp. So you will directly know that where it is. So what is the advantage of it? We are using technology for that. And I wish that in mathematics also we use technology. We are not using technology, still we are going on describing. We need not describe, we did not tell, we now tell what to do. How to do, already you have technology. So these are the things. In class 9 all these things come, rational number starts. So we had a fractional number in class 3, 5. Why we require rational number? Another question. You see this class 7, second chapter, fractions and decimals. Okay? So then rational number. So what is the difference? Why we require rational number when we have fractional numbers? Anyone? I will explain all those things. Then cube root, comparing quantities, exponent power, direct inverse proportion, factorization. Factorization again related to that chapter. This is be my multiple and I will be your factor. So class 5 second chapter, it is related to factorization. But when I study factorization in class 8, I forget class 7, I was taught that multiple and factors, is not it? So I cannot correlate. We study it in isolation. If I good enough, I remember the formulas and pass, or those are because I am also not correlating. I forgot. I sold my old book, class 7 books. Nobody keeps his old book, everybody. So these are the things. So coming to that, now class 9 one chapter, and one chapter they have 5 topics: irrational numbers, real numbers and their decimal expansion, and real numbers on number lines, laws of exponent of real numbers. This one chapter in class 9. Similarly, one chapter in class 10. This is Euclid's division lemma, fundamental theorem of arithmetic, irrational number, revisiting rational numbers and their decimal expansion. These are the things, and next comes this complex number. Okay. And complex number, when I was taught that time, complex number, how that they explain it with the quadratic equation. They tell that when there is no real roots, then we require some imaginary roots, and there we require complex number. So, it gives a impression like that it is a very small thing in life which is even we can avoid, and which we can avoid. That also I should share one story. I do experiment with different audiences. I invite many audience. I invited in one of my workshop that is also conducted from here. Video is also available of that workshop, and he was a graduate from NIPT. I have conducted another workshop with a person who is from postgraduate from NID, sorry, National Institute of Design. So, there you can think that they are creative people, mathematician also creative people, but what are the subtle difference? If you handle or meet them, then you will understand the difference. Up to 12, they have to read all common mathematics also, they cannot escape, but those are really artistic, their thought process much more deeper than mathematician. They can visualize in so much depth, no, it may take a mathematician to reach there even 1000 years. So, you will find that most of the exotic buildings and drawings, no, the design, that naksha, what we say, patterns, that creating that mathematical model, they have created, artist has created that long back, 1000 years back, 5000 years back. Even pyramid, you can see that painting, so much paintings are there. But if we require to do all those things with mathematically, we require so many formulas, and we always lag from there. They are much more creative people than us mathematicians. And that student, a NIPT student, he was narrating his one of the stories that I told, no, complex number I can avoid. So, what happened, he was taught limits. So, and he could not understand the teacher, the way he taught, he could not understand. This is true for all. Majority of us never understand what is limit, and now I am after so many research, I can boldly tell, even I tell the doctorate faculties also, you don't know limit, you cannot explain limit, why we use limit. So, it is a common problem, and we keep it within us, we never expose it. I don't know limit properly, what we feel, I don't know, others know. But now my research, I can tell I don't know, you also don't know, and that gives me boldness. Okay, it is a problem. I failed to learn limit, he also failed to learn limit. I was carrying it with me, thinking that I am inferior boy, I am not so much intelligent to learn that idea, others are learning. So, I never get exposed, I keep it inside, but now I know that I have not learned and he has also not learned. And why he is not learned? Because we are studying same books, same method, following same. His teacher may be a good teacher, but he is teaching same thing what I have read, and I could not understand means he is not also understanding. And all this realization has come later. So, when I invented something, I was getting opportunity to meet many other inventors, and many of them from IITs, IIMs and many other premier institutions. So, that time I used to think they are the genius, they may be knowing all those things. So, I used to casually discuss, I have not understood this, can you explain what is that? Then when we become friend, no, they also tell, अरे चंचल ये तो मुझे भी पता नहीं है. प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व हम सारे कर दिया, पास तो हो गया, बाकी लोग से तो हम मेमोरी हमारा ज़्यादा है तो हम उसको याद रखते हैं, फार्मूला याद रखा, वो एग्ज़ाम में आया, प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व कर दिया, बट ये चीज़ क्या है तो समझ में नहीं आया, लिमिट तो सॉल्व कर देता हूँ. So anyhow, so the student what he did, he was आप थोड़ा ये साइड में बैठिए. ये what he did, he thought that okay limit समझ में I could not understand limit, so I will not read that chapter. If any question comes, it will be 2, 3, 4 marks question, so I will not attempt that. Rest I will prepare nicely. So this was his means strategy. What he can do? Time pressure is there. He cannot spend lot of time for understanding limit. At the same time, if he try to do that, other chapters will be he will be weak. So he has taken that strategy, and he appeared, and he got marks, good marks. Okay, no problem, and they got. Admission to NIPT also, and you know that getting in NIPT it is not very easy thing. Getting NID, I was 2 years with NID, I know that how difficult to get a entry to NID, NIFT. So anyhow, so it was normal, and it is I think if I narrate this, it is case for everyone, almost similar case. Now problem is that fellow narrated that frequently he had nightmares, and the situation is that he is appearing in an exam and all questions are from limit. Huge problem, mental torture, and you will not full sweating, and when he woke up then shivering like thing. So it is we never realize all this happened to us, and how much we get demotivated, how much we get depression, how much we get problem, because all this mental torture. Physical torture is more means bearable, but mental torture you will not even can't share with anybody. But he narrated that story, I still remember, and I was also following that. I was those things I could not understand my school days, college days. I used to think I am not good enough to learn that, but now I believe that if he is taught properly, anything, because everybody is a sensible man, everybody having some common sense, and it is not that I can understand that and I cannot understand this, nothing. So this is the thing. So this chapter, when complex numbers were introduced, that quadratic equation and this was there, then they taught some algebra about complex number, modulus and conjugate. These were the thing, argand plane, all are not that difficult, we can do. Formula is there, you will see some examples and you can solve the problem, and when you solve you will pass, you will get mark. But why, how much we require to learn about that? These are the questions. So with that questions I started my journey, and at present when I teach these things, I want that you should learn in one day class, you should learn more complex analysis than what you have learned till 12 years and university days. This is my objective. So this is the basic thing. When we talk about that, when we are preparing all these materials, then I try to summarize what I am trying to do, where it is required in life. What is the difference in class 10? You have seen that these numbers, we have learned so many number systems. So you can see up to class 10, here you can see natural number system, whole number system, integer number system, fractional number system, decimal number system, rational number system, irrational number system, real number system. So many number system we have learned, and everything we can do, and we are doing. But why we require to learn complex number? What is the difference between these numbers and complex numbers? So, when I try to understand and I do it in geometrically, so the geometry I got is that when we talk about natural numbers, natural numbers, the figures I have given 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 like that. So, these are the natural numbers. So, geometrically it is discrete points or discrete place in a plane or space. This point and this point, in between nothing is there. So, discrete analysis, whatever we talk about, many people do not know what is discrete analysis. Actually, discrete analysis means it is not real analysis, and what is the difference between these two we will be explaining here. Then in this natural number, when 0 added, we got whole number, but that time also the number system was half. Half means you can see all these numbers are right side of my screen, and it is not that I have put it like that, it intentionally, it is actually number system representation. Then we got integers. When we got integers, then the number system fell left to right whole, minus infinity to plus infinity. So, then also the number systems are discrete, not continuous. And then we got fractional number. When we got fractional number, still it is half portion and we got a continuous line. Now, we can fill any number, we can put. Now, it is not discrete 1 and 2. In between we can have points 1 by 2, 3 by 4, 5 by 7, 9 by 10, any number we can put in between. So, it has become a line, but it is in right side, it is not in left side. So, fractional number geometrical interpretation is like that. Then rational number. Rational numbers means that fractional number extended to left side, means negative numbers. That is the difference between this and rational number. When we got, then we got a continuous number line, continuous with start with 0, left side it goes to infinity, right side it goes to positive infinity. And the difference between this rational number or fractional number I have shown with graphically. Fractional number means positive side, there is no negative numbers in fractional number. So, that is the main difference. So, these are the number system, you can say difference number system we studied earlier, rational number, and in this class means class 11, 9, class 9 we introduce irrational number and real numbers. So, up to rational number you can say, so it is continuous and it is any point we can put in this. Still we require real number. Why? It should have ended here, no? Because this line is now it has become continuous. Earlier this was discrete lines geometrically. Now we got a continuous line. We can make any point there. So, still we require real numbers. The reason is that is the irrational numbers. There are some numbers. This is the irrational numbers. These irrational numbers are some numbers which is a number which is having a physical meaning, but it cannot be put in number line or rational number line, because these are not rational. So, rational, what is rational and what is irrational, there another question comes. Only difference you can say that here suppose this is a number line, it starts with 0, negative side, or this is positive side, this is negative side. is not it? Now, all the rational numbers you can put in this number line, but irrational numbers you cannot put in this number line. Their numbers, they have physical meaning, at the same time they cannot put in real number lines. So, what is the issue? How it can happen? Apparently, it will not be clear, it will become confusing, is not it? Yeah, it cannot imagine something that it is a number and we cannot put in number line, and this number physically exist. So, I will give an example, and you have read also. It is not that I am giving some new example, you have read the origin of irrational numbers. Suppose you have we know Pythagoras theorem, a square plus b square, I am not going to is equal to c square. So, he told if it is a, it is b, or this is c. So, a square geometrically, if you see this area, this is b square, and then this area, this is a square. So, it will be equivalent to this area. This was Pythagoras theorem, and this was 2500 years ago. So old formula, oldest formula which is maximum used in mathematics. Modern mathematics we cannot start without this. And with this, one of his follower or student or friend, whatever may be in this period, he told that time we were knowing up to rational number, and that Pythagorean people, they used to feel that we know all the number system which is required for daily life, and with that number system we can solve all the mathematics which is required in our real life. Okay. So, that was a belief, and so belief was so concrete belief that they never use. Somebody, if you tell that there may be some situation where it is not sufficient. So, what happened I will discuss there. Then one of his follower, he was taken a site 1, this site 1. So, this one will be root over of this site is c value will be 1 square plus 1 square, this area, and this area. So, if it is 1, what will be the c? C will be this formula, a square plus b square and square root of that, this will be c. And when we calculate it, c is equal to root over 1 square is 1 plus 1 square is 1. So, is equal to c is equal to root 2. And then root 2, that time they used to explain a rational number r is equal to p by q. P and q are integers, but q not equal to 0, it should be other than 0. So, from this definition he told this number cannot be expressed as a rational number, and his name was I think Hippasus. So, when he told that this number is not a rational number, he was killed. So, the known fact of mathematics, sacrifice for mathematics is, I feel, Hippasus. There are many mathematicians who was killed, who was tortured. Galileo is one of them who was house arrest for his entire life, and so many people who has worked for mathematics or science, they suffered, and Hippasus is one of them for discovering irrational numbers. So, irrational number when we got, then it is number, because we know that line is existing, but the number representing the length of the line is not a rational number, means that cannot be put exactly. This is I cannot say this is root 2. So, this is the problem, and this problem is still there. Irrational number, there are millions of irrational numbers which we cannot put in number line. Anyhow, so that led to that irrational number and this rational number combinedly, integers, whole numbers, natural numbers, combinedly we tell as real numbers, and real numbers are continuous line numbers. So, question, why we require complex numbers? You see, everything we can do. I have a summary of number system up to class 10. Up to class 10 we have learned natural numbers. I have shown that how it will be look geometrically. Whole number, I have shown how it will look geometrically. Integers, integers also discrete numbers, not continuous numbers. Then fractional numbers means right side continuous, rational numbers means right left both continuous, irrational numbers means no place in number line, there is no place, and real numbers means all this combination is combinedly called real numbers. This is the story of numbers. But now you have to tell where we require complex number. Forget वो quadratic equation, हमको quadratic equation solve करना ही नहीं है, तो हमको क्या ज़रूरत नहीं है कॉम्प्लेक्स नंबर का. वो आंसर ढूंढ रहा हूँ मैं. बुक का जो आंसर है वो क्लासिकल आंसर है, वो हमको नहीं चाहिए. हम रियल लाइफ में है, हम क्या है, नॉर्मल लोग क्या करते हैं, कुछ काम करता है तो उसका कुछ रिटर्न होता है, तो ये करके क्या फ़ायदा होगा. सो बोले अरे तुम क्वाड्रेटिक इक्वेशन सॉल्व करो, तुमको कॉम्प्लेक्स नंबर मिलेगा. व्हाट विल बी बेनिफिट फॉर मी? आई डोंट वांट टू सॉल्व दैट. तुमको 10 रुपया मिलेगा, मेरे को 10 रुपया नहीं चाहिए. हमको रियल लाइफ में क्या प्रॉब्लम हम सॉल्व करने के लिए मिलेगा वो बताओ. अगर रियल लाइफ में इसका ज़रूरी है तो हम सीखेंगे, नहीं तो नहीं सीखेंगे. तो क्या तुम बोल सकते हो? कभी सोचा इस एंगल से? एंड आई रिक्वेस्ट एवरीवन, यू whom I am talking, no, I am not talking a person who want to settle a normal leading life, just passing some exam, getting a degree, appearing some competitive exam, getting a job, life settle हो गया. आमिर खान जैसा सेटल हो जाता है ना. याद है कोई एक सिनेमा में डायलॉग था, सेटल हो जाएगा. तो उनके लिए हम, व्हाट आई मीन टू से, डोंट टेक इट नेगेटिवली, हम ये कर रहे हूँ जो लोग आगे बढ़ना चाहता है, बहुत बड़ा कुछ करना चाहता है, जो रियल साइंस को एंजॉय करना चाहते हैं, रियल साइंस को एम्प्लॉय करके साइंस एंड टेक्नोलॉजी को आगे बढ़ाना चाहते हैं, they have to be clear on all these points, then only they can be a driver seat. Otherwise always we will be in followership. We whatever US UK बोलेगा हम वही फॉलो करते रहेंगे. हम वो लोग कई ज़माना पहले बोला था CS, हमारा सारे स्टूडेंट CS में ज्वाइन होता था. आई एम टॉकिंग अबाउट 10 साल पहले, 15 साल पहले का. अभी वो लोग बोल रहे हैं AI, हम सारे लोग दौड़ रहे हैं AI ML. हमको किसी को पता नहीं AI ML क्या है, बट सारे स्टूडेंट, कोई भी स्टूडेंट को ले लो, सर हम AI सीखेंगे, सर हम ML कर रहा हूँ. तो वही चलते रहेगा, हम दूसरे को सुनते रहेंगे, हम फॉलोअर सीट में रहेंगे. कभी ड्राइवर सीट में आना है तो तुमको ये पता ना है, मैटलैब पैकेज 1 लाख 2 लाख करके हमको ख़रीदना पड़ता है क्या चीज़? वो भी बनाता है, वो बनाता भी है, वो बोलता भी है, वो उसमें प्रॉब्लम क्या फेस कर रहा है. वाई ही कैन नॉट यूज़ दैट ग्राफिक्स GL जो ग्राफिक्स लैंग्वेज होता है ना, ओपन GL, OGL, तो ये भी बोल सकते हैं, बट वी डोंट हैव दैट। अभी तो इकोसिस्टम बढ़ रहा है धीरे धीरे, वो इकोसिस्टम थोड़ा कम ही था, हम लोग को एनकरेजमेंट नहीं होता था, ऐसा आइसोलेशन में बहुत लोग काम करता था, कोई देखने वाला नहीं होता था। हम लोग अभी भी 1.5 लाख रुपीस लेके ये करता हूँ, मैटलैब खरीदता हूँ, सिंपल पैकेज हम लोग नहीं कर सकते ड्यू टू दिस थिंग्स, बिकॉज हम लोग को ये सारे क्लैरिटी नहीं है, क्लैरिटी देने के लिए भी कोई ट्राई नहीं करता है। इसमें तो कोई तो बोलना चाहिए ना, इसको क्यों ज़रूरत है। हमको बच्चे को पढ़ाया जाता है, हम तुम पास करना है, पास करना नहीं है, तुमको सीखना है, इसलिए पढ़ो। वो सीखने हैं, वो तो चला गया, वो कल्चर भी चला गया। एनीहाउ चलो, वो तो नेगेटिव नहीं बोल रहा हूँ, बट हम बोल रहा हूँ क्या डायरेक्शन चेंज करना है थोड़ा सा। सिस्टम तो अच्छा है, ये सारे चीज़ है बुक में है, बट ये ओरिएंटेशन थोड़ा सा चेंज करना है। तो मैं जो ये कर रहा था, ये जो आप देखिए यहाँ पर हमारा जो नंबर सिस्टम दिखा रहा था, तो जियोमेट्रिकली मैं जब देखा तो आप इसमें देखेंगे कि up to class 10 all these numbers are called one dimensional number system. One dimensional number system, what does it mean? ये एक ही लाइन में चलता रहता है, बट हम तो दुनिया जो घूमते हैं तो ये तो एक डायमेंशन नहीं है ना, ये 2 डायमेंशन है, और इसको लेके और रूप को लेके सारे लेके 3 डायमेंशन वर्ल्ड है। सो हम 3 डायमेंशनल वर्ल्ड में चलता हूँ और 1 डायमेंशनल नंबर लेके कितना चल सकता हूँ। 70% लाइफ का जो रिक्वायरमेंट होता है 1 डायमेंशनल नंबर से हो जाता है, बट इफ़ यू वांट टू मूव इन 2 डायमेंशनल वर्ल्ड यू हैव टू हैव सम अदर नंबर सिस्टम, वो कॉम्प्लेक्स नंबर देता है। क्वाड्रेटिक इक्वेशन से कॉम्प्लेक्स नंबर नहीं होता है, लाइफ के लिए ज़रूरी है, मैं उसी को बोल रहा हूँ। और ये जो 3 डायमेंशन में करेंगे तो वो कॉम्प्लेक्स नंबर भी उससे हेल्प नहीं करेगा। कॉम्प्लेक्स नंबर एक प्लेन में आपका सारे प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व करने के लिए हेल्प हो जाएगा, बट अगर 3D है, 3D में क्वार्टरनियन चाहिए। वो लास्ट पॉइंट दिखा है जो क्वार्टरनियन, ये जो राइट साइड में लास्ट लाइन में लिखा ना क्वार्टरनियन, ये चाहिए, वो 3 डायमेंशनल नंबर है। सो जैसा 2 डायमेंशनल नंबर में क्या हो रहा है, एक रियल नंबर हो रहा है, उसका साथ एक इमेजिनरी नंबर हो रहा है, तो वो सब हम एक्सप्लेन करेंगे, इमेजिनरी नंबर और इसका नंबर का क्या डिफरेंस है, कहाँ पर लगता है, क्यों होता है, वो सब हम एक्सप्लेन करेंगे। बट ये ओवरऑल ये है कि हम एक नंबर लाइन लेते हैं और वाई एक्सिस को भी हम मीन्स ये पूरा प्लेन का साथ जो पॉइंट है, सारे पॉइंट को एक साथ कैलकुलेट कर सकता हूँ, दैट इज़ कॉम्प्लेक्स नंबर। बट हमको अगर 3 डायमेंशन में करना है तो वो नंबर ऐसा क्वार्टरनियन ऐसा होता है, इसको रखता है, ये मेन है, ये इसके ऊपर बेस करके मैं सारे बात करता हूँ। सो क्वार्टरनियन क्या होता है, पहले z इजिकल टू x प्लस आई वाई और वाई आई, ऐसा होता है ना। एक रियल नंबर होता है और एक इमेजिनरी नंबर होता है, ये भी रियल नंबर है, उसका साथ एक इमेजिनरी नंबर मल्टीप्लाई करते हैं तो वो दूसरा वाला हो जाता है, कॉम्प्लेक्स नंबर हो जाता है। और क्वार्टरनियन के लिए क्या करेंगे, उसमें एक तो ये रहेगा रियल पार्ट रहेगा, रियल पार्ट सपोज ये, एंड इसमें एक्स आई, ये इमेजिनरी नंबर है, एक्स है वाई जे एंड प्लस के एक्स वाई जेड के। सो ये जो सम नंबर है ये होगा Q, और ये नंबर किधर होगा, दिस इज ए प्लेन और दिस इज ए जेड, और रियल नंबर क्या होगा आर, ये एक लाइन है, आर बोलने से ये लाइन का कहीं भी ये लाइन में होगा। सो तीनों का जियोमेट्रिकल डिफरेंस आपको पहले क्लियरली होना चाहिए। रियल नंबर जब तक काम करेंगे ये लाइन में ही सारे नंबर आगे पीछे करेगा। 2 and 2 4, 4 भी वो रियल लाइन में आएगा, 4 into 4 16 वो भी रियल लाइन में आएगा, √16 = 4 वो बैक करके रियल लाइन में आएगा, 4 into -1 वो भी लेफ्ट साइड में आ जाएगा, -1 में आ जाएगा, लाइक दैट। बट ये जो है ये जो imaginary number है, it will be in plane, neither x axis neither y axis, it will be plane. It can be here, 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 anywhere, we don't know, in this plane. So plane में एक point कॉम्प्लेक्स नंबर से हम एक्सप्लेन कर सकता हूँ। सिमिलर थिंग ये जो क्यू होगा ये पूरा 3D में कहीं भी हो सकता है, Q1 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 Q1, all this can be any, all this having 4 components, x डायरेक्शन में एक कंपोनेंट, y डायरेक्शन में एक कंपोनेंट, z डायरेक्शन में एक कंपोनेंट एंड एक रियल नंबर। ये तीनों घूम फिर के अगर यहाँ पर आ गया तो ये तीनों तो 0 हो जाएगा और ये नंबर ए हो जाएगा। सो ये जो ए नंबर यहाँ पर है, सपोज दैट कैन बी इन दिस, ओके। जियोमेट्री पता हो गया ना, ये जरूरी था। जियोमेट्री हो गया तो आप अभी ये जियोमेट्री करने के लिए हम लोग को क्या है, टूल्स है, वो टूल्स आपके पास हो गया तो जियोमेट्री आपको क्लैरिटी हो गया, तो टूल्स कैसे यूज़ करेंगे वो आप सीख जाएंगे। तो आपका वो रीमैन थ्योरी बोलिए और कन्फॉर्मल मैपिंग बोलिए, बाइलिनियर ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन बोलिए, बड़े बड़े टर्म होता है, कच रीमन थियोरीज, क्या क्या नाम है भूल भी जाता हूँ। सो वो सब चीज़ है, बट जियोमेट्रिकली आप देखेंगे तो आप बिलीव नहीं करेंगे, इतना मोटा कॉम्प्लेक्स एनालिसिस बुक यू कैन फिनिश इन 1 day एंड दैट विल डू, आई एश्योर यू। अभी भी हमारे पास 1 घंटा 2 सेशन है एंड आई कैन एश्योर यू दैट वी कैन डू दैट। इतना मोटा बुक को सब आप एक्सप्लेन हो जाएगा यहाँ पर। सो ऑब्जर्वेशन, अप टू क्लास 10 ऑल दिस नंबर्स आर कॉल्ड 1 dimensional नंबर्स। complex number system is the 2 dimensional numbers and quaternion numbers, ये भी हमारा एक कोर्स है बट अभी उसको नहीं करता हूँ। इज़ ए नंबर रिक्वायर्ड फॉर 3 dimensional numbers, मीन्स 3 डायमेंशन में एक ही पॉइंट होगा, उसको हम कैसे एक्सप्लेन करेंगे, वो तो रियल नंबर से नहीं होगा, तो वो 4 कंपोनेंट होता है उसका। और कॉम्प्लेक्स नंबर का प्लेन में जो है वो 2 कंपोनेंट, एक रियल पार्ट एक इमेजिनरी पार्ट। यहाँ पर एक रियल पार्ट 3 इमेजिनरी पार्ट, एक्स वाई जेड, इसका ऊपर भी नंबर है, वो भी है। तो ये एंड नहीं है, बट वो लेवल में जाएंगे तो एटलीस्ट इतना जानेंगे तो आप कभी आपको कोई रिसर्च कर रहे हैं और कोई प्रैक्टिकल लाइफ में ऐसा सिचुएशन आ गया, सपोज यू आर डूइंग समथिंग, यू कैन थिंक ऑफ अरे इसका पीछे भी है, बट आपको ये बेसिक वाला जानकारी नहीं है तो कभी उधर नहीं जा पाएंगे। इसका ये जानकारी अगर है मन में, काम करते करते सपोज आप पीएचडी करेंगे, बाद में आप कुछ लड़का को पीएचडी कराएंगे, तो उस टाइम आपको ये सारे काम में आ जाएगा। सो दिस इज द थिंग। बोले मैं पूछ रहा हूँ भाई ठीक है सर, इतना सारे बोला, अच्छा हुआ, अच्छा बोले आप, हम मान गए आपके बात, लेकिन हमको नया टेक्निक क्यों चाहिए, वो भी एक क्वेश्चन है ना। सो नया टेक्निक इसलिए चाहिए, जैसा मैं समझता हूँ, मैं जब हमारा ज़माना में पढ़ा था 1970s में, जो कंप्यूटर तो भूल जाओ, एक पेपर अच्छा से नहीं मिलता था, इतना बैड क्वालिटी न्यूज़ पेपर होता था, पेन भी उतना ही बैड क्वालिटी का होता था। मीन्स हम गांव का बात कर रहा हूँ, उसमें इधर नीप पेपर फाड़ देते थे और नहीं तो पेपर इतना राफ होता था उसमें नीप ही नहीं चलता था तो ऐसा डिफ़िकल्ट सिचुएशन में हम लोग था कई ज़माना में। और अभी तो मैं बोलता हूँ मीन्स हमारा लाइफ इतना स्मूथ हो गया ये तो आपको उस दिन वही बोल रहे थे ना फ़ोटो लगाने के लिए इमीडिएटली हम एक फ़ोटो ले लिया लगा दिया। पहले एक फ़ोटो लगाना होता तो पेपर में अरे स्टूडियो में जाओ, स्टूडियो वाला भी बोलेगा 3 दिन के बाद आना, अरे भाई हमारा अर्जेंट है, नहीं डबल चार्ज लगेगा, है ना। अभी देखो कितना इजीली सब हो जाता है। फिर उसको लेकर फिर सब स्टेशनरी शॉप में जाओ, गाम लेना है, गाम लगा के फिर वो चिपकाना है, फिर वो पोस्ट ऑफिस जाओ उसको पोस्ट करना है। आजकल सारे कुछ 2 मिनट में हो जाता है घर में बैठ के ही। फ़ोटो नहीं है तो कैमरा में एक ले लेते हैं, उसी को लगा देते हैं। तो लाइक दैट मैथ में भी ऐसा ही सिचुएशन हो गया। ये टेक्नोलॉजिकल जो एडवांस हुआ ये नॉट ओनली इन एवरी फील्ड ऑफ लाइफ, मैथमेटिक्स में भी इतना ही एडवांसमेंट हो गया। अभी मैथमेटिक्स में आपको कुछ भी करना है, आपको कुछ खुद से सॉल्व करने का है ही नहीं। आपके पास देयर आर डिफरेंट मेथड्स व्हेयर यू कैन टेल देम व्हाट टू डू, ही विल डू फॉर यू। बट आपको अभी जानकारी क्या चाहिए, क्या करना है, कैसे करना है, ये दोनों आपको क्लैरिटी है तो आपके लिए तो ये तो हम बोलेंगे ये मेरा सर्वेंट है, इसको मैं जो बोलता हूँ वो करता है। सो आप पहले जो मुझे पता है एक 4x4 मैट्रिक्स मल्टीप्लाई करने के लिए हमारा हाफ डे चले जाते थे। और उसमें मैट्रिक्स मल्टीप्लिकेशन क्या होता है यार, मल्टीप्लिकेशन एडिशन बहुत सिंपल वर्क है। बट वो इतना मोनोटोनस होता था, वो 1-2 तो मिस्टेक होता ही था, कभी हम ये नहीं कर। और वो मिस्टेक करेक्ट करने के लिए हम जो मेन प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व करने के लिए बैठा था वो मम्मी का लंच आ गया, लंच टाइम आ गया, खाने आ जाओ कि अगर मैं मॉर्निंग से वही एक ही प्रॉब्लम को सॉल्व करते करते ऐसा हो गया। अभी आपके पास टेक्नोलॉजी है, आप 50 प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व कर सकते हैं, तभी भी लंच टाइम नहीं होगा। तो ये एडवांटेज है एंड वी शुड टेक दैट एडवांटेज। हम यही सिखाता हूँ, मैं बोलता हूँ जो 3 चीज़ है बाद में हम बता रहा हूँ। अभी जो टेक्निक हमारे पास अवेलेबल है, ये टेक्निक के बारे में थोड़ा बता देता हूँ। सॉरी, ये जो MS मैथमेटिक्स है ये फ्री में मिलता है। MS मैथमेटिक्स फ्री में मिलता है। आप लोग का जो भी स्टूडेंट है उसको बोलो तुमको मैथ करने का ज़रूरत नहीं है, बट MS मैथमेटिक्स तुम्हारा लैपटॉप में लगा के रखो। मैं लैपटॉप सबको पास है, इट इज़ वो पुअर लड़का है, लोन लेके पढ़ रहा है या मैटर नहीं करता है, लैपटॉप तो ऑलमोस्ट 90% का पास है। और जिसका पास नहीं है वो भी पैसा के लिए नहीं है, ऐसा नहीं है, वो उसको मजा यही नहीं है, इंटरेस्ट ही नहीं है तो उसका पास नहीं है। जिसका इंटरेस्ट है वो तो एक लैपटॉप तो जुगाड़ कर ही लेता है। तो उनको इनकरेज करिए, तो मैथ करने का ज़रूरत नहीं है, तुम MS मैथमेटिक्स डाउनलोड करके रखो, फ्री में है। और ये जो इतना बड़ा पैकेज है, इतना बड़ा चीज़, इसका पॉपुलैरिटी क्यों नहीं है मुझे पता नहीं है, इतना डाउनलोड नहीं होता है। माइक्रोसॉफ्ट मैथमेटिक्स ने बना के रखा है। ये करिए, इसमें जो लीनियर अलजेब्रा, कैलकुलस से लेके एवरीथिंग यू कैन डू, एवरीथिंग जो। और ग्राफिंग के लिए तो बहुत ही बढ़िया है। ग्राफिंग के लिए आप फार्मूला दे दीजिए, वो ग्राफ कर देगा, आपको डेटा वगैरह देने का ज़रूरत नहीं है। एंड वो 2D ग्राफ करेगा, 3D ग्राफ करेगा, पोलर ग्राफ करेगा, स्फेरिकल ग्राफ करेगा, सिलिंड्रिकल ग्राफ करेगा, जो भी आपको चाहिए। सो MS मैथमेटिक्स मैटलैब करने से अच्छा है। मैटलैब में थोड़ा कोडिंग सीखना पड़ता है, मैथमेटिक्स का फ्री है, साइलैब फ्री है। जियोजेब्रा बहुत लोग पसंद करता है, मैं इतना पसंद नहीं करता हूँ। और गूगल कैलकुलेटर, इट इज़ आप गूगल में दे दीजिए, सारे प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व कर देगा। तो ये लाइफ हम लोग को लीड कर रहा हूँ। सो हमारा पास अभी करने के लिए बहुत सारे मीन्स है, हमको जानना है कि व्हाट टू बी कैलकुलेटेड, उसको बोलना है ना, तभी तो वो करेगा। तो विद दिस हम जो ट्राई कर रहा हूँ, अगर हमको अभी आप लोग समराइज़ करेंगे आपके सर, आप तो बहुत कुछ बोल रहे हैं, तो आप करना क्या चाहते हैं, करना क्या चाहता हूँ, this is the my objective. Actually, when you thought of something mathematics, no, so there you feel that mathematics means huge formulas, huge equation, huge symbols, and it becomes your mind jumble. Hajaro formula hai, hajaro, every subject having hundreds of formulas. How many formulas we can remember? Oh, what was problem with me in class 9 and 10, I think why I shifted biology, that was the reason. I was thinking that I may not remember all the, I was trying to mechanically remember the derivatives, all the function and their derivatives, sin d dx, sin x is equal to cos x, and every morning I used to get confused, sin x is equal to minus cos x or minus sin x is equal to cos x, or sin a plus b is equal to sin a cos b, cos a sin b, और होल नाइट ट्राई किया, याद किया, पढ़ाई किया, बहुत किया, मॉर्निंग में आके फार्मूला तो याद हो रहा है, तो आगे कॉस ए साइन बी ना साइन ए कॉस बी, और साइन ए प्लस बी और साइन ए माइनस बी, these are the confusion. And then I started thinking that I may not able to remember all those identities, algebra identities, hundred of identities, mechanically remembering a plus a b whole square, a plus b whole cube, a plus b whole to the power 4. How you can remember all those things, and I will get confused in exam, I will forget and I will not get good marks. सो गुड बॉय तो था, टॉपर में तो होता था, बोले बायोलॉजी पढ़ेंगे तो ये सब झंझट नहीं आएगा, हमको कुछ कुछ भूलने का ये नहीं है, जितना पढ़ेंगे वो तो सारे लिख देंगे. सो शिफ्ट हो गया बायोलॉजी में. ये फालतू का डर था, मैं से रैशनल डर नहीं था. सो ये चीज़ है. नाउ व्हाट आई एम ट्राइंग टू डू, ऑल दिस फार्मूला, इफ़ यू थिंक ये व्हाट आर द फार्मूला, these formulas geometrically, if you think, these four things comes. Then what are the four things? नंबर देता हूँ 1 2 only 4. These are the mathematics. If you know the characteristics of point, if you know the characteristics of line, if you know the characteristics of surface, if you know the characteristics of solid, every mathematics, all the formulas you can solve. Y is equal to, suppose y is equal to f x. Geometrically f x can be, mathematically f x can be millions, every function are different. So, if you give some y is equal to sin x, y is equal to log x, y is equal to e to the power x, like that thousands formula we can write, go on writing. But if you think of these formulas, no, what they represent? They represent a line. So, you learn one line, you can solve millions of these equations. You need not remember all those equations separately. Whatever equation is there, you can think it is representing a line. And when we do calculus, so first thing is that when you do this functions, this function represent a line, something like that. And what is calculus? Calculus is a tangent line. So, calculus is a story of these two lines. So, both are here. So, what is a straight line? What is a curved line? Curved line is a function line, and a tangent line is a tangent line of that function line, and combinedly it is all whole calculus, this much big book. If you think of calculus, what we study in calculus, this is the thing we calculus, a story of two lines, and geometrically it is this. So, you learn what is the about calculus, line. One point is a 0 dimensional object, line it is a straight line, 2 dimensional object, and it is having length, it is having, if it is curved line, it will have slope, all these characteristics. And if your function is so, what is this function of two variable? So, how this will look? There can be millions of formulas can be there like that, but what is these formulas geometrically? Can anybody tell? Huh? Very good. You surface. So, if you learn surface, you can all these partial derivatives and functions of two variables, everything will be clear. In partial differentiation, what we do, there also we create a surface like that, and then in that partial differential means a tangent line in x direction and y direction, that is the partial differentiation. So, extension of this. In this case it is a line, and in this case it is a surface, and partial derivative means it is a line in x direction and y direction, and it can be directional derivative means it is in any other direction. So, this is actually I am trying to teach that mathematics is not thousands of formulas, it is one line, one surface. So, if you think from that perspective, then mathematics will become very easy. You will if you get any challenge, no, you will tell yes I can solve. You will see the formula, you will see it is a line, or if you see the formula if it is a surface, and rest is all done by Microsoft Mathematics is there, MATLAB is there, and I can tell many things to do that. Now, this is the thing. Geometrically I was trying to correlate the what happens when we do operation on a number. So, what I have done, I have taken a line 5. So, 5 you can see there 5. So, 5 when I multiply 5 with 0, what will happen? It will become 0. So, geometrically it will become a point. Similarly, when we multiply it in 0.5, it will become half. If we multiply with 1, it will remain same size. If we multiply with 2, it will become double. If we multiply minus 2, it will be negative side minus 10. So, this is the one dimensional mathematics, this we do, we know everyone. But similar thing what will be happen when we do in two dimensional points. Here real number is one dimensional, but in complex number it is a two dimensional. So, two elements are there. So, how we can solve that? So, this is the operation of moving in the space matrix multiplication. So, this multiplication what we are doing, this will help us in moving a point in number line, but matrix multiplication help you move in 2 dimension, 3 dimension. Okay. So, and this whole movement, whatever we are required to do in our life, means anything in our as a scientist, engineer, doctor, what is the speciality of that, how they are different from other common people, can anyone say? कार्तिक तुम सोचो ठीक से, तुम एक इंजीनियर हो, हाउ यू आर डिफरेंट देन हु इज़ नॉट ए इंजीनियर. योर घर में आपको कारपेंटर होता है, वो भी इंजीनियरिंग ही कर रहा है ना, कोई ऑब्जेक्ट तो बना रहा है. वो भी एक मेसन है जो बिल्डिंग बना रहा है, वो भी तो सिविल इंजीनियर हो सकता है, बट उसको सिविल इंजीनियर नहीं बोलते हैं. सो हाउ यू आर डिफरेंट फ्रॉम देम. आप समझ रहे माई क्वेश्चन? ये दिस इज ऑल्सो रिक्वायर्ड. एंड वाई ही इज़ वेरी ताजमहल और फॉर द सेम से मेनी ब्यूटीफुल स्ट्रक्चर्स इन इंडिया. आप देखेंगे ना जो नक्शी कटता है, नक्शी आप जानते हैं ना, नक्शी क्या बोलते हैं उसको, डेकोरेशन सॉर्ट ऑफ आर्ट. तो पेपर में तो पेन से आप खुद कर देते हैं, एंड आर्टिस्ट लोग तो क्या कर सकते हैं. बट इफ़ यू गो टू दैट ताजमहल, आई हैव सीन ताजमहल का एग्जांपल दे रहा हूँ बिकॉज ज़्यादा से लोग हैं, ऐसा बहुत जगह में है. इतना माइक्रो डिज़ाइन वो पत्थर में है. सो हाउ मच पेशेंस एंड स्किल दे हैव, वो हम लोग तो सोच ही नहीं सकते हम कर सकते हैं. बट उससे ज़्यादा ये तुमको मिलता है रेस्पेक्ट एज ए इंजीनियर. ही इज़ नॉट इवन ए इंजीनियर, ही इज़ ए आर्टिस्ट. ओके ठीक है कर रहे, बट तुमको क्यों मिलता है इतना रेस्पेक्ट सोसाइटी से? इंजीनियर भी नहीं, मैथमेटिशियन, टेक्नोक्रेट्स, डॉक्टर्स, इनका क्या ये स्पेशल है? उसको भी जॉब करता है, सैलरी मिलता है, तुमको भी जॉब करता है, सैलरी मिलता है, बट यू गेट लिटिल बिट एक्स्ट्रा रेस्पेक्ट देन देम. वाई? पार्थ कुछ? हाँ,
because engineers innovates designs and they work on their design, new designs.
थोड़ा केविन को दे. केविन,
अकॉर्डिंग टू मी engineers की methods और artists की methods अलग होती है. Engineers use
I am not comparing artist, I am comparing the people who is manufacturing, preparing these building, constructing building like that. आर्टिस्ट को छोड़ दो, आर्टिस्ट तो हमारे लोग से बहुत आगे है. हाँ
Sir, in thinking, like engineers think in terms of numbers and workers and
numbers they are also required, because you see this dimension, measurement they have to do. No, then
yeah sir, but in thinking they think in terms of shapes. Ki this is my shape, I am cutting it into. When like let's say we have a function, and let's say worker also knows mathematics, he'll think in terms of what the line is. Engineer will think in terms of what the equation is.
Okay, you are thinking that they know mathematics of that whatever they are doing.
Yeah, so I am just talking about the thinking.
Okay.
So let's say we are adding, so artist will worker will think in terms of shape, that we are adding two lines, let's say. Engineer will think in terms of 3 plus 5, the equation.
Okay, to some extent okay.
सर एक्चुअली दोनों इंजीनियरिंग को जो इंजीनियरिंग का टैग है वो दोनों डिज़र्व करते हैं, बट थिंग इज़ डिफरेंट ये है कि एक सीख के और एक्सपीरियंस करके, जैसे कि वो आपने बताया कारपेंटर, तो वो सीख के या फिर एक्सपीरियंस से वो अपनी डिज़ाइन को डेवलप करता है या उसको प्रोग्रेस करता है आगे कुछ नया नया सोच के. जबकि इंजीनियर होता है वो एक्सपीरियंस के बिना पहले से वो माइंड में क्रिएशन करता है, और क्रिएशन से वो अलग 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 उसकी डिज़ाइन बनाता है, देन इम्प्लीमेंट करता है. सो दैट मीन्स कि इट इज़ अ, जैसे अभी मंदार ने बताया कि वो थिंकिंग का नज़रिया होता है उससे, बट दैट मीन्स दैट डजेंट मीन कि दोनों ये डिज़र्व नहीं करते. दोनों का एटलीस्ट इक्वल लेवल है कि एक एक्सपीरियंस से आता है, एक थिंकिंग से आता है, बट एटलीस्ट यू कैन से कि दोनों इंजीनियर है.
ओके दीपाली, कैन यू ऐड समथिंग? कुछ तो बोलो. ओके ठीक है, पार्थ कुछ बोलेगा? ओके ठीक है, कोई बात नहीं. एक्चुअली मेन प्रॉब्लम है फॉर द सेम सेक, जो हम लोग का प्रीस्ट होता है उनको भी काफ़ी रेस्पेक्ट मिलता है. तो ये क्यों है? ऐसा नहीं है वो मंत्र पढ़ता है बोल के उसको रेस्पेक्ट करते हैं. अदर लोग को क्या होता है, दे कैन प्रेडिक्ट व्हाट विल हैपन टुमारो. नॉर्मल लोग नहीं कर सकते. सेकंड थिंग है, जो इंजीनियर्स है दे कैन डिज़ाइन इन ए वे दैट कैप्चरिंग द डायनेमिज्म, जो अदर नहीं कर सकते हैं. जैसा मैं मैशन का अगर एग्जांपल देंगे तो मैशन को जो भी बनाने देगा वो तो बना के दे देगा, और बीम भी बना देगा, सब कुछ बना देगा, बट बीम का जो स्ट्रेंथ कितना होना चाहिए वो बता नहीं पाएगा. उसको जितना हम बता देंगे उतना से बना के देगा, बट उसको बोलेंगे तुम अपने से बीम बना दो, तो बीम बनाएगा इधर लार्ज साइज जिसमें खर्चा ज़्यादा होगा, और स्मॉल साइज जिसमें वो बीम टूट जाएगा. सो ये जो डायनामिक कंडीशन है ये इंजीनियर्स कैन, और साइंटिस्ट, मैथमेटिशियंस, ये लोग ये डायनामिज्म को कैप्चर कर सकते हैं. ये स्पेशलिटी है, ये सब में नहीं होता है. डॉक्टर का भी, डॉक्टर ये देखता है टेम्परेचर, उसको पता चलता है ये टेम्परेचर अभी है तो इसका क्या क्या इम्प्लीकेशन नेक्स्ट हो सकता है. सो उसको काउंटर बैलेंस करते हैं, है ना. तो ये जो डायनामिक कंडीशन को हैंडल करना, ये मैथमेटिक्स से भी होता है, एक्सपीरियंस से भी होता है, सब कुछ से होता है, बट मैथमेटिक्स से जो करता है उसको ज़्यादा रिस्पेक्ट मिलता है नॉर्मली. तो ये जो डायनामिज्म है ये स्पेशलिटी है. एक्चुअली जो इंजीनियरिंग पढ़ाया जाता है, यू हैव टू एक्सप्लेन एवरीथिंग मैथमेटिकली, द डायनामिक सिस्टम. वो न्यूटन का कैलकुलस जो था वो उसीलिए उसका पॉपुलैरिटी इतना हो गया था. दे आर कैप्चरिंग द चेंजेस. अभी ऐसा है, ये ऐसा होगा, रीज़न भी उसका साथ लगा होता था. फॉर दिस रीज़न इट विल बी डाउन, इट विल बी अप, और इट इज़ डिज़ायरेबल, इट इज़ नॉट डिज़ायरेबल. तो ये डायनामिक सिचुएशन के लिए होता है. और ये डायनामिक सिचुएशन, ये 5 जो डायनामिक सिचुएशन यहाँ पर लिखा है स्केल में, थोड़ा सा देखिए. ये स्केलिंग, रिफ्लेक्शन, शेयरिंग, रोटेशन एंड ट्रांसलेशन, ये 5 डायनामिज्म ही हमको दुनिया का जो भी हो रहा है, वेव फॉर्म हो रहा है, विंड फ्लो हो रहा है, फैन घूम रहा है, एसी में वो जो कंप्रेशन हो रहा है, फिर एक्सपेंशन हो रहा है, उससे ठंडा हो रहा है, एवरी डायनामिज्म यू कैन कैप्चर विद दिस 5 ट्रांसफॉर्मेशंस. एक क्या है स्केलिंग, एक क्या है रिफ्लेक्शन, शेयरिंग, रोटेशन, स्केलिंग एंड प्रोजेक्शन. तो ये जो टेक्निक है, मैथमेटिकल टेक्निक है, ये अगर सीख जाओगे तो 2 चीज़ हो जाता है. तुम दुनिया में सब कुछ कर सकते हो, दुनिया को कैप्चर कर सकते हो, सिमुलेट कर सकते हो. जो मंदर मॉडलिंग करता है बोला ना, तो मॉडलिंग क्या करता है, ये सैटेलाइट बनाता है. सैटेलाइट ऊपर जाएगा एंड वो सैटेलाइट जितना ऊपर जाएगा उसका क्या होता है, सैटेलाइट ऊपर जाने से माइक
जैसे ऊपर जाता है वो डेटा लेता है.
क्या क्या डेटा होता है?
टेम्परेचर, ह्यूमिडिटी, और it depends on also the satellite, sir. If we are sending for space research purposes, it will have telescopes and everything. Else, if we are sending for remote sensing purposes, it will have cameras that will point at the earth, not to outer space. Yeah, sir.
सो जो भी है मीन्स ये चेंजिंग ये है वो ऊपर में जाता है तो मेन उसका जो फोकस होता है कि टेम्परेचर कैसे चेंज हो रहा है, उसका ग्राफिंग कंटिन्यूस रियल टाइम में मिल जाता है, उसका ह्यूमिडिटी कैसे चेंज होता है, ये सारी चीज़ वो सेंसर से वो मेजर करते रहते हैं। तो वो सारे चीज़ जो चेंजेस हो रहा है वो ये 5-6 चीज़ सीख जाओगे तो आपको कर पाओगे। एंड ये with this I'll start some small modeling, कुछ सिखा देंगे आपको लंच के बाद, और वो सीखने के बाद ये जो आप लोग का GTU का ये सिलेबस है, ये सिलेबस में बहुत सारे चीज़ है जो मैं चाहता हूँ कि इतना सिंपल करके मैं बता पाऊँ कि सब लोग को ये समझ में आ जाए। हम लोग जब ये टॉपिक्स वो स्टूडेंट सीख नहीं पाता है तो मैं स्टूडेंट को कम ब्लेम करता हूँ। मैं बोलता हूँ मैं खुद नहीं जानता हूँ ये किस लिए करता हूँ, क्यों करता हूँ, कहाँ काम में आता है एंड कैसे होता है, कुछ आइडिया नहीं है। हम लोग को वी शुड बी ऑनेस्ट टू आवर सेल्फ। ये मैक्लैरिन सीरीज़, टेलर सीरीज़, पावर सीरीज़ ये क्यों सीखना है, क्यों सीखना है, उनको अगर पता हम ठीक से नहीं बता पाएंगे तो उनको भी ये नहीं लगेगा, मीन्स मोटिवेशन नहीं आएगा। ये सब हम लोग तो लगा दिया ये सीखना है, ये सीखना है, ये सीखना है। आपको ये सोचो एक लड़का वो जो 11 का सिलेबस दिखाया था, हम बाद में भूल गए। 11 सिलेबस में क्या था, आर्गन प्लेन था, हाउ टू ऐड टू कॉम्प्लेक्स नंबर एंड व्हाट इज़ कॉम्प्लेक्स नंबर, इतना ही तो सिखाया गया था 11 में। और उसके बाद ये सारे चीज़ आ गया, बीच में इतना गैप है, वो गैप कहाँ से सीखेगा एक लड़का। आप समझ रहे हैं ना, मैं जो पॉइंट आउट करने चाह रहा हूँ, मैं किसी को डिग्रेड नहीं करना चाह रहा हूँ, मैं बोल रहा हूँ जो वीकनेस ऑफ आवर सिस्टम। एक लड़का 11 से पास किया, अच्छा से पास किया, मैं जैसा फार्मूला सब सीख लिया था लिख दिया, एग्ज़ाम तो पास हो गया, अच्छा नंबर भी आ गया, बट हमको तो उससे ज़्यादा कुछ सीखा नहीं ना। अभी झट से ये जीरो ऑफ एनालिटिकल फंक्शन ही कैसा होता है, एंड फॉर द सेम और एक अच्छा स्टोरी इसका रिलेटेड में सीखा हूँ। मैं एक इंटरनेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस अटेंड कर रहा था और उसमें एक IIT प्रोफेसर, दैट वाज वेरी बैड, जनरली नहीं होना चाहिए, बट मैं पोलाइट नहीं होता हूँ, मैं पोलाइट हो नहीं सकता हूँ, मैं जो मेरा दिल में आता है बोल देता हूँ, ऑनेस्टली बोलता हूँ, किसी का ख़राब करने के लिए नहीं बोलता हूँ। तो एक IIT का प्रोफेसर, ही रिटायर्ड प्रोफेसर, ही वाज ए स्पेशल इनवाइटी इन दैट सेमिनार एंड ही वाज डिलीवरिंग ए लेक्चर। डिलीवरिंग लेक्चर करते करते उन्होंने बताया कि सर ये क्या होता है, एक फंक्शन ऑफ ए कॉम्प्लेक्स नंबर देखने में कैसा होगा, कैसे होगा, ज्योमेट्री क्या है। तो उन्होंने बोला यू सी दैट जेड इज ए 2-dimensional object, and suppose you have a function z square, so it will be a 4-dimensional object and you cannot visualize that and like that. So मैं तो बोला ये तो गलत बात है, ये तो है नहीं है, ये तो 4-dimensional कुछ होता नहीं है, इसमें 3-dimensional ही होता है। तो मैं बोला सर आप गलत बोल रहे हैं, ये तो ऐसा नहीं होता है। नहीं ऐसे ही होता है, वो बोल दिया। और वो स्पेशल इनवाइटी थी कॉलेज का जो आया था, जो ऑर्गेनाइज़र था, वो हमको ये कर रहा है तुम बैठ जाओ बैठ जाओ बैठ जाओ, बट मैं बोला ये गलत चीज़ सिखा रहा है और क्या बैठूँगा। तो मैं ज़्यादा फोर्सिबली कुछ नहीं बोल रहा था, बट वो बंदा इतना गुस्सा हो गया था, वो रिटायर्ड IIT प्रोफेसर, ही वॉज स्टार्टेड स्पीकिंग ऑन दैट थिंग। तो मैं बोला सर आप गलत पढ़ा रहे और वो कन्विंस करने का मत ट्राई करिए। मैं बोला आप चाहे तो मैं आपको ये दिखा भी सकता हूँ हाउ ए फंक्शन लुक्स लाइक। जो भी है वो काफ़ी ये हो गया था सिचुएशन। एंड दैट इज़ द थिंग, यू कैन इमेजिन दैट एक IIT रिटायर्ड प्रोफेसर होल लाइफ वो सीखा पढ़ाया और उसका थॉट ऐसा है, रॉन्ग थॉट लिया, तो वो जो पढ़ाया वो तो बुक से पढ़ाता है, ठीक है, जो बुक में लिखा है वही पढ़ा दिया, ठीक है, बट अल्टीमेटली हिज एक्सप्लेनेशन इज टू सम एक्सटेंट रॉन्ग ही होगा ना। हम ऐसा ही सोचते रहेंगे ये 4 डायमेंशनल कुछ ऑब्जेक्ट होगा जो नहीं देख सकते, तो गलत हो जाएगा ना। जो भी है, तो ये था हमारा ये नेक्स्ट सेशन में हम लोग यही करेंगे। इसका करने का पहले हम कुछ इंट्रोडक्शन देंगे और ये जो पावर पॉइंट का जो भी कॉम्प्लेक्स नंबर का साथ रिलेटेड थॉट्स है ये थोड़ा हम बताते जाएंगे। हम किसी को सिखाने के लिए नहीं ट्राई करेंगे, अवेलेबल क्या है वो थोड़ा बताएंगे। आपको भी मीन्स दोज आर नॉट वर्किंग ऑन दिस नो, समझ में भी नहीं आएगा और आपको वो बोरिंग लगेगा, थोड़ा देर के बाद ही आपको नींद आ जाएगा। तो मैं वो नहीं चाहता हूँ, बट मैं एक बार अवेयरनेस के लिए पूरा स्लाइड दिखा देंगे एंड उसका बाद हम 2-4 प्रॉब्लम करेंगे कि हाउ टू डू ऑल दोज थिंग्स। एक्सेल फाइल मेरा पास है, एक्सेल फाइल में मैं वो दिखाएंगे। तो ये सेशन अभी शायद हम लोग का लंच ब्रेक होना चाहिए, 2:30 हो गया, सो 3 o'clock हम लोग आधा घंटा लंच ब्रेक करते हैं। 3 o'clock वी विल मीट एंड 3 o'clock विल 10-15 मिनट ये स्लाइड दिखाएंगे, तो इसके बाद 10-15 मिनट हम लोग ये करेंगे प्रैक्टिस एक्सेल में। और वो बहुत इजी है, बहुत डिफ़िकल्ट नहीं है। आपको पता होना चाहिए कि एक्सेल में ये सारे हो सकता है। पहले वही होता है कि एक्सेल में क्या करेंगे सर, एक्सेल में सारे लोग ऐसे ही बोलते हैं एक्सेल में क्या करेंगे, कॉम्प्लेक्स नंबर एक्सेल में थोड़ा ही हो सकता है, ऐसा बोलेगा। बट आई विल टेल दैट एक्सेल में जो हो सकता है, आप जितना सोच सकते हैं सारे कुछ हो सकता है, एंड इट इज़ मोर पावरफुल दैन मेनी सॉफ्टवेयर पैकेजेस। सॉफ्टवेयर पैकेजेस में क्या है, आपको उसका कोडिंग सीखना पड़ेगा उसको चलाने के लिए, मैटलैब चलाने के लिए मैटलैब कोडिंग सीखना पड़ेगा, बट एक्सेल में कुछ नहीं सीखना पड़ेगा। आप ही ड्राइवर है, आप जहाँ पर आपको लेके जाना चाहता है उतना डेप्थ में लेके जा सकते हैं, सब कुछ आपका हाथ में है। आप ही फार्मूला देंगे, आप ही ग्राफ बनाएंगे, आप भी एनिमेट करेंगे, आप देखेंगे ये सही हो रहा है नहीं हो रहा है, आपका कॉमन सेंस में आपको पता चल जाएगा ये तो सही नहीं हो रहा है। तो वो सब कैसे होगा वो लंच के बाद आके हम लोग 3 बजे मिलते हैं। सो दिस इज़ ब्रेक नाउ फॉर टी लंच, सॉरी लंच के बाद फिर लेंगे हाफ एन आवर ब्रेक। university, we always lag from there. They are much more creative people than us.
I am not sure. I have thought about
29 topics, broad topics, and it starts Welcome back to our third session of complex analysis in MS Excel, and now I will be presenting the history of complex number. Actually, if we see this story of complex number to some extent was originated while there is a trial for solving cubic equations, not quadratic equation. So, cubic equation geometrically was solved by Omar Khayyam in the around 1000 years back. He solved cubic equation geometrically. Then there was many efforts to solve any cubic equation, cubic polynomial equation using some formulas, and there was many efforts and some of them I have written here: Raphael, Bombelli, Guerrero, Lamo, Cardano, René Descartes, Leonard Hurd, Euler, Carl Gauss, and many other people. So, actually what was the problem arises, one of these mathematician, they when tried to solve a equation polynomial of cubic equation, they faced a problem. And what was the problem? They have done everything systematically, derivation of the equation, and they reach one number which seems to be correct in finding a cube root of any polynomial. But that number was not existing that time in our number system. So, they thought it may be wrong and it is not acceptable, and it was discarded. And but many years back someone has seen that derivation was right, and in that sense that what result they got, it should be correct. But actually there was no definition of that number. So, somebody has then tried, and this Raphael Bombelli proposed a number square root of -1, and there was also many controversy. Many historians tell this in many ways, but anyhow subsequently what we should say, we got a number I which is imaginary number and whose value is -1 root over of -1. This is a brief history, and it was originally encountered in solving cubic equation, not quadratic equation. So, this when we talk about complex number, then we should think the problem what the pupils face when they start learning mathematics. One of the problem is that dividing a number by 0. So, what should be the number, and when the determinant is negative, discriminant is negative, then what will be the roots? This is I have explained with this quadratic equation, ax square plus bx plus c is equal to 0, this and the roots are, we know these formulas, there is a root r1 is equal to minus b plus root over minus b square minus 4ac by twice a, like that. There are two roots, and this discriminant, when this discriminant become negative, then we tell it is not having a real root. So, actually what happens? So, I have shown a graph at the bottom, then when it is having not real root, then what is the imaginary root? Actually this is possible through mathematical modeling, that you cannot imagine even how these imaginary roots look like. I will tell you how to model these things, but now I am just trying to explain these ideas. And when we talk about complex number, when it is having two parts, one is a real part and another part is a real number multiplied by a imaginary number, and addition of these two. So, z plus a I is equal to a complex number, and a and b are real numbers and I is the imaginary number. So, one we should say that when we add two real numbers with a imaginary number, we get a complex number. So, complex number, I have shown one complex number 1 plus I, and actually this real number, if I represent that complex number, it will be 1 and 1, and it is having a magnitude and it is having a angle. So, algebra of complex number also almost it follows all the rules of binary operation what we do in real numbers, but real number is a single number, here complex number is involved with two numbers, but we can do all the binary operation what we do in real numbers with complex numbers. And when we do the binary operation of real numbers, it moves in a number line, but this is not true for a complex number. When we perform any binary operation, addition, subtraction, division, that number moves in a plane. That is the fundamental difference, but it is also a number. These are the rules what applicable to real numbers. The properties of binary operation is also equally applicable for the operations of complex number. And power of I, you can say I is equal to root over minus 1, I square is equal to minus 1, I cube is equal to minus 1 into root over minus 1 is equal to minus I, so all these things. And whenever you see this analytically, this formula, you will not visualize the impact of this. Actually, I is called a rotor, and we use this complex number, I should say in class from class 2 or class 1 itself, not 1, 2, when we use negative numbers, class 3 I think, when we start negative number. So, when we multiply a number with minus 1, we get a minus of that number, and that is one of the operation of complex numbers. I will show that in graphically to explain what actually I want to mean. We have learned Cartesian coordinate system almost 500 years ago, and this complex number we got around 300 years ago. So, this is the Cartesian coordinate, this x positive, x negative, and y positive and y negative. So, this is our Cartesian coordinate system, and this is center or 0 origin or 0 0. So, this real number exists in this line in x axis, and all the imaginary number exist in this axis. So, this axis we can say real number line, if you do not learn this complex number with what I should say geometrically, you will not enjoy the beauty of complex numbers, and my effort is on that. And all these numbers are imaginary numbers. Here also 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and minus 1, minus 2, minus 3, minus 4, all these are there in this line, but this line is all imaginary. I. So, it is not 1, 2, 3, 4, it is 1i, 2i, 3i, 4i. So, this is the imaginary number line, this is real number lines, and these two lines corresponding area is called organ plane. And any point in this, any point can be expressed as, this is suppose 3, 1, 2, 3, minus 3. So, x is equal to minus 3 and this is 1. So, this will be this is the complex number. Okay. So, like that any values here, this is suppose 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So, this will be x equal to 5 and corresponding suppose this is 3. So, this is 3i. So, this point this corresponding point is this. So, this is the geometrical interpretation of complex numbers. Now, what is the role of I? What is the role of I? I explained that in childhood we have seen that 5 minus 1 is equal to minus 5. So, what I should say, there was a number 5, is not it? And now, if I multiply it minus 1, so this number comes here and travels here and it becomes minus 5. This number 5 has come here, but how it has come? It reflection and your rotation, 180 degree rotation. What else can be done?
Sir, like I have seen, I think from the power of yeah, I have seen that, sir, in a video. Yeah, so sir, I remember that if we do some operations on I, so here when we are multiplying by 5 into minus 1, we are moving it 180 degrees, let's say. So then using I we can move this value 90 by 90 degrees, we can move.
Very good, very good. So, it is not reflection. You want to share anything? Have you ever thought of, in childhood we are doing that, any number we multiply with negative minus 1, it comes to left side. So, how it comes to left side? Actually, what he explained 100% right. It takes this, suppose this takes, if I do multiply it minus 1, so 5 into I is a imaginary number. So, what it will do? It will take it to minus I, okay? and minus I again if I multiply it I. So, I into I is minus 1. So, it takes again multiply it to this point minus 5. So, I rotates a complex number with 90 degree. Okay. So, remember that it rotates any number 90 degree, and now suppose this number is here. So, if you multiply it with I, what will get?
Sir, it will move 90 degrees. Yeah, sir, it will go.
You don't tell, let seniors tell, you tell last. If you can participate like that, this is a great opportunity we got.
Sir, point will become a minus 3.
Minus 3, very
Plus
good.
5i.
So, first I write then minus 3, minus 3, okay, then
And plus 5i.
so you understand that what is happened. Now, if I multiply this again with I, what will happen?
Sir, it will be
Minus 5 minus 3i.
what happened? Did we flip 3? 5 was on this side, no?
Yes, minus 5 minus 3.
Okay, okay.
Then if we multiply again it with I,
3i minus 5.
I is equal to minus 1, minus 1 minus 1,
3 minus 5i.
Minus 5.
3 minus 5i. If I multiply it again I, I square means 5 and where it will be? So, it started its journey here, then it came to here, then it went to this point, then it goes to this point, and then again it comes to this point. And if I multiply again with I, what will happen? So, I multiplication is, I is a rotor, it rotates the numbers. You see now, in number line we didn't have any option for rotation. In real number system, there is no question of rotation, no, it moves in same line, it goes left and right, left and right, left and right. But here you got entire plane is your number. So, any point in the plane you can work, and why it is required, that is another question. Okay. So, suppose why it is required. Suppose you are here, all 5 units, it goes like that. Now, I told you, you go 5 kilometer, what you will do? First you will ask which direction, but if you have if I ask you go 5 kilometer, what you will do? So, you will go there, but here if we go, we have this 5 kilometer means any side you can go, and this all are lengthwise it is 5, all length is 5. So, you are following whatever I have given instruction till I have not given you any direction. You have your liberty, you can go any direction, and all these values having two component x and y, x and y. All these points having same, na? It should have x and y, and x values what I should tell here, this x, this x, this is x, no? This is this length into cos t. Length is r, suppose r cos t. And y, this is y, and y, what will do? Now, y is equal to r sin t. So, in this way, whatever x is equal to there r cos t and y is equal to r sin t, and this number is z, no? When this number is z, so z is equal to x plus I y. So, we are using two separate number in place of two separate number, we are using one, that is z, x plus I y, and when I do that, we see x is equal to this and y is equal to this. So, we can write this is equal to r cos t plus I r sin t. Okay. Then, if I take r out, then cos t plus I sin t. So, this is a Cartesian coordinate or z axis, and this is the polar representation of that number. Geometrically, if you see, it is very simple, but this was not told in our books. So, we mechanically try to learn this and try to remember the formulas without knowing where from this cos t comes, where from this sin t comes, because we never thought of think of that. So, all this whatever multiplication I was showing in my screen, you can see that this I is equal to root over of minus 1, I square is equal to minus 1, I cube is equal to minus 1. So, it rotates this point. Here in this case, what will be the rotation? Can anybody come and show that how this multiplication table what I have shown, how geometrically it
square root of 1 I, so that square I, that will be minus 1, so it will rotate 90 degrees, minus 1. Then when we cube it, it will be minus I, which will be here, which will be like this, it will rotate, and then yeah, and we I power 4, yeah, raised to 4, it will be 1, which is here, So it will go 90 again, and this will keep continuing as we keep powering
So
it.
here why it will be 1?
Sir, because I squared plus I squared is minus 1 into minus 1, which is 1.
Very good. You got it why it is called rotate. So if you connect all these things, it will be a circle. It will go on circling like that. And until you can visualize this geometrically, then rest of the thing what will come, you will never follow. It is required. That is why those try to learn it analytically, as I was trying to learn in my school days. I never used to feel what is this, what we are doing, why we are doing that. So power of I, it rotates. And then positive integer of power of z, z1, z2, z3, z4, z5. So what actually when we square root something, then what actually geometrically I have explained here. This is simple thing. Suppose I have a number here z, then z to the power 1 it will be here, and when z square, then it will go somewhere here. So z square. So z square, what happens actually? Z is equal to again r cos t plus I sin t. So this is our formula we know. So what will happen? This r will be squared. So if it is suppose 2 and cos t plus I sin t, and this is squared. So what will happen? This will become 4, and here cos t will be 2t, and this will be sin 2t. So this will magnitude will increase by 4, and the angle will add, go on adding this angle. So this is the angle. So this angle will go on adding 2 times, and this will be squared. So this is the rule of thing, and we will show that also in later cases. So here also I have taken a z1 is equal to 1 and 1, then I have multiplied it with square, cube, and the results are shown here. These are the same thing, square root. Square root again, it is a tricky thing, I will explain that. Then these are all the functions, how it is works. Eigenplane, as I told you, then conjugate. Conjugate means if it is x plus I y, then its reflection in x axis, I minus x I. These some examples I have given, and we will practice this later. And this is x square plus x plus 1. It is a it will not have a real root. So what will be the real root? It will be like that, minus 0.5 and 0.87 I, and these are the 2 roots. These are the prerequisite things to understand complex analysis. Conjugate, as I told, it is x plus I y, then it conjugate will be x minus I y. And how to calculate modulus? Modulus is equal to the real number squares plus addition sum of real number squared and root 2 of that. Argument a tan 2 y. These are the there are comments in Excel Emaps. This I have shown one example of 2 and 5 when we multiply it with I, then what will happen, and these are the values we will get. I am just trying to tell now these are the Excel commands. Actually this I am interested to show you. Convert a real number to complex number. So, suppose I want to convert two real numbers 1 and 8. So, you have to write is equal to complex 1 and 8. Should we practice something? This anyhow. So, what I have showing you here is a can you see my screen? Now, first I am showing the effect of this real number operation, binary operation. I should write binary operation. So, if we multiply two numbers and subtract two numbers, what happens? So, that I am doing here, I have put a slider and I am changing the slider and we are getting different. You can see this depending on the operation this point is changing. It is 5 means power. So, 4 to the power 4. Power. This is 4 to the 4 square is equal to 16. So, that I told you, whatever we do it it remains on. You can see this actually I have color coded yesterday, but I think it was not saved properly. This is sum. When we do 4 and 6 is the two numbers, when we sum then this is the number we get. And when we 2 means subtraction, 4 minus 2 is equal to 2, this is the result. Similarly, if we go on changing 3 is multiplication. So, 4 into 2 is equal to 8. So, next is division, 4 by 2 is equal to 2. So, whatever I am doing, this result also this two number lies in number line and the result also lies in number line. This is the thing I want to show. 4 square is equal to 16 like that. But when we go for this complex number, no, same thing I am doing here. This is sum of complex number. I have taken Z1 is equal to 4 minus 3i or Z2 is equal to 1 plus 2i. So, when we multiply first 1 means sum. Here actually if you see this code here, I have written a big code, it is a very simple code, it actually looks very different. I am telling if it is 1, then it should write sum, or then I have written if it is sum, if it is sum, then it should add this Z1 plus Z2. All these things is there in this code, nothing complex thing. So, 1 is sum, and this 4 plus minus 3i plus 1 plus 2i, and you can see this directly real number part added and imaginary part also added. So, we get 5 minus i. Similarly, if I make it 2 means subtraction. So, 4 minus 3i subtract, I have subtracted opposite 1 plus 2i minus 4 minus 3i. So, result is minus 3 plus 5i. Similarly, if I multiply, you can see that magnitudes are multiplied and angles are added. This is the thing we are doing. So, like that you can do anything. So, how we do it? Here what I have done, I have taken 4 and minus 3 and I have converted it into a complex number, and the command is equal to complex A1, A8 and B8, means 4 and 3, simple command. It is okay. So, then I have taken 1 and 2, and then I have also converted this 1 and 2. Then this sum, actually I wanted to put a slider. How to put a slider? It is called slider. I will show. This is very good for animation, and here there is a developer tool, and here insert, and this is a scroll bar. This scroll bar you can take. So, this we get a scroll bar like this, and then right click on that and format control, and here you see minimum value 0, maximum value 100, increment 1, and cell link you can connect any cell like this. So, I am connecting this cell H7. So, this effect is that when you click on this, this number of H7 goes on changing. So, this is for scrolling or slider it called, and I am putting this slider, and this value I have copied here, E5 copied here, and then this sum, this is our operations, what we binary operations, and here what I have written is that many of you may get confused what actually it means. It is a simple if command. If command is like that, anybody can learn. This much only I used maximum coding, whatever. So, I have taken a cell, suppose A5, and another cell suppose here D3. So, I am telling if D3 is equal to A5, do X, otherwise do Y, that is all. So, depending on this criteria, you do something. This is the command I have used. So, in this case, suppose it is 3 and it is 1, 2, 3, 4. So, D5, D6, something I have written here. So, if it is 3, then when it comes to this 3 and 3, so D3 is equal to E3, and here I have given suppose multiplication. So, X is equal to multiplication, here I should write multiplication, or I should say this is a cell, if it is D4 suppose. So, you write D4, otherwise you put it 0. So, if it is 3, then it will d4, it is written multiplication, and I have written command. If it is other value, you put 0. So, like that simple if and command I have given to put my purpose was to put this thing here single cell, I get division power, all these things, and then here I have given if it is root, then you have to do this calculation if it is depending on these values. So, this is simple thing. Now, coming to the main point of ours, you got my point how to form complex number. This I am not stressing much, this is not required for learning mathematics, this is just you can do manually also putting this number, you need not put slider. Should I go ahead? Then I should start here this main problem what is written in book that and you are required to create this animation as assignment. What is the what I am doing? You can see this first one formula is written ax square plus bx plus c is equal to 0, and this is a quadratic equation and it is having two solution R1 R2, and R1 R2 is written here. And when we do that, here if my equation is suppose x square plus 3x plus 2, this is my equation, then I am interested with this coefficient only. So, first term is a coefficient of x square, second term is a coefficient of x, and third term is constant values. So, below that I have calculated this b square minus 4ac and b square minus 4ac. So, the b square is as b is 3, b square is equal to 9 and 4ac is equal to 8, and b square minus 4 ac is equal to 1. So, what will be the roots of this? You can see this if I write this formula is written already. So, its roots are minus 1 and 2. Okay. Under, is it okay? Got understood what is that? Now, what I will do, I will change here I have put a slider which is showing here 70 values, and here what I have given h5 minus 40 by 10, that means I have taken 70 no here. So, 70 minus 40, what will be that? 30, 30 divided by 10. Here actually my intention was to take as b with different values. So, this 70 is I am trying to b prime, I can say. I want different values of b, for that I have created this slider. Now, if you see this b, if you go on changing and you can see the graph, I have plotted this graph of y is equal to ax square plus bx plus c. The data I think somewhere should be. So, data is C8 to C990 and D8 to D990. So, where is that C? Yes. So, this is the formula actually I am using, and data also I am taking from there. Now, see this graph. This is the graph. Okay. Now, I am putting this b, changing the b value. So, depending on b values, you see that how this, it was a real number values. Here you can see green cell, which is I 9, which is negative. When it is negative, b square minus 4ac is negative, all these roots become imaginary and it is in moving in vertically. Otherwise, when it is positive, different values you can see that what happens. And in this modeling, if you learn to mathematics, no, you can see the effects also. Now, you see this b square minus 4ac is positive. So, always it will be roots will be real, but whenever you go rightwards changing b values, then always it will be not real value, sometime it will go for imaginary values. Okay. And again you see that if you go on changing y value more than some values, then again you can get real values depending on your values of b square minus 4ac. So, this is an animation we have created, and all the formulas, if you use the what we use in a real number, it will not be generated. You have to do all the operation that I have shown in your here. Convert a real number to complex number, convert a complex number to real number, that I have not done yet, I will do, and then absolute value, conjugate, angle, agreement, add this is I have used. Im sum Z1 Z2 means if you want to add two objects, then im sum Z1 Z2, if you subtract Z1 Z2, then im sum Z1 Z2, multiplication is improd, division is imdiv. So, these are the commands. There are lot of all the operations what we do in real numbers, it can be done in complex numbers. Yeah, it is okay. So, this is the model of our system, and then I have shown that I have taken a 2 plus 5 by 2 and I have made it complex. And if you want that for plotting, you require to again convert it into real part and imaginary part. So, real part is you can the command is imreal, and all these things if you can give go to Excel, you will get all these commands. So, real E4 and then imaginary E4. So, it will extract all the real part and imaginary part, and then what is the E maps means magnitude of this magnitude means length of this 2 plus 5i this complex number. What is the length from origin? It is formula is E maps. Actually, it is a square root of a square plus b square. Then im argument is the angle. You can measure all these angles are in radians, and if you convert it into degree, then it will be around 68 degree. And this is having two types of command to calculate the tan value. A tan means angle A tan 2 and A tan depending on the position of the point. Equality, we know that equality this two numbers equal if the real part is equal, it is not that. How this addition of two numbers, this is the thing, and this is I think we should take a break for 10 minutes and we should come, because rest of the thing will be changing a deeper part now. So, this is the basic part I have completed, and now we will be showing some deeper part, and all this I will show in Excel, which can be calculated, and this Excel file will be available in Google Classroom. So, if you won't fail to learn now itself, you can check the formulas there and you can learn it leisurely. After break, I will show that how the advanced thoughts can be done in Excel. With that, we will breaking now for tea. Hello. So, welcome back. This is our final session or third session, fourth session of our workshop on complex analysis, and morning I have shown that different types of number system which is leading us to go for complex number, because normal number system helps in working in one dimensional number line. So, complex number line helps us in dealing with a number in a plane. So, with that I will be talking about how this complex number functions, as well as how this complex number addition subtraction works and what does it mean. So, this session will be for on that, and this worksheet we will be practicing here, and before that I will explain what actually we are trying to do. So, now we can work in a broad perspective, in the sense earlier we were working in a number line. Suppose this is x and this was a number line. So, there what was our function? So, when we used to talk about functions, we used to fill some numbers in with respect to these numbers of y. So, this y was related to this x. Suppose it was related to x square, y is equal to x square. So, it is in a number line system, but what help we are taking? We are putting a Cartesian coordinate system like that, and we are calculating y values depending on x values. So, in normal case we know that if it is -1, -2, -3, 1, 2, 3, then this y is equal to x square curve will like that. So, this was the case for what I should say, real number system. There also x and y exist. We calculated y with respect to x. But now what, when we go for complex number, how we can relate this with a complex number system? This is a real number system, and there also we used x and y, and we got this line. Okay, this line we got on that y is equal to x square. So, similarly here it is a plane, and this plane having number x and y. So, two parts. Now, this can when we talk about functions, then this function is related to these two numbers. So, what can happen? These functions can be a point, means if I calculate this x square y this is suppose z, and we calculate a w which is z square. So, this point, suppose this is 1 and 1 I this point. So, z square depending on these values will go for some point, I do not know. So, casually I am putting it, and so this is w which is z square. So, this one thing we can get. Another thing we can get, suppose we have a function like that. This is also a function, and all these values are z1, z2, z3, z4, z5. So, this is the domain, we should say domain of z. Many z values are there, and we want to calculate the w is equal to f of z. So, there will be, depending on this function, this line will take some shape. We do not know beforehand what shape it will take, but it will take a shape. Another domain can happen, that this entire plane is a domain. So, all these values whatever they are having a particular z value, z1, z2, z3, z4, z5, z6, z7, z8, like that many z values are there. And when we talk about this function w is equal to z, function of z, or w is equal to z square. So, all these z values will change depending on this relationship, and then we will get another plane whose shape we do not know, whose shape will dictate by this value. Okay. So, first we will do some operation on a line. So, what we will do, that also I am writing. We will put a circle, and we know how to draw a circle. We draw a circle, suppose of r is equal to suppose 2 unit, and how we define circle? Circle means radius remains same, angle goes on changing. This is the circle, no? So, this angle goes on changing, this angle, this angle, this angle, this angle. So, these points, all these points combinedly create a circle, is not it? So, t is, we take it 0, increment it with 0.1, 0.2, 0.3, like that we will do that, I will show there. And then we calculate x is equal to r cos t, then y is equal to r sin t. Up to this, okay? ऐसा तो नहीं हो रहा है कि हम इंजन चला गया, दूसरा स्टेशन में बगी रह गया, आप लोग हमारा साथ है? कभी कभी ऐसा होता है, टीचर पढ़ाते जाते हैं, बच्चे लोग सो जाते हैं, क्या कर रहा है सर पता नहीं. सो एक्चुअली मैं एक सर्कल ड्रा करने के लिए ट्राई कर रहा था. एंड व्हेन आई डू दैट x and y, then we have formula that is equal to complex x and y. So, it will convert all complex numbers. Up to this I will show this cell, just you do that. So, here I have taken t, can you show? I can increase this. So, first I have taken t as a 0, and then 0, then I incremented this with 0.1. So, and then copied this whole formula up to then I have taken 1 as a radius, and then calculated x is equal to r cos t formula. So, r is d7, yes.
Sir, how much should we increment T2?
Yes, this formula C7 means earlier one plus 0.1.
Till what, sir?
Then this I am changing this, here I started, and angle I am changing, different angle. So, 0.1, 0.2, 0.3, 0.2 up to. then x is equal to d cos t, y is equal to d sin t, and then combinedly I have taken z, z is complex x y. Should I show all the formulas? When finished, tell me. And something you miss, no issue, this file will be available to you through Google Classroom. So, leisurely you can see it in your own time. What I have done, I have made a circle and all the numbers converted with a complex number, and then another complex number I have taken 2 plus 3 I, and then I added these all numbers of circle with 2 plus 3 I. You got my point, and then I converted it into real part and in imaginary part, and lastly I plotted here. So, I have removed that some cells so that you can track where it is starting and how it is going on. If you get this, this means 2 and 3 I took that complex number, converted it into complex number. So, W is equal to Z plus C, C is 2 plus 3 I. It is a constant Z. Kevin, you have Excel with? Yes, I have. Okay, good. Try once, one thing you try, then you will understand all the things how you can do. It can be done, and I think you can do it very easily. Over. Or is the problem which column? T, have you finished? T, R, X, Y, Z, then C, then C plus Z, not S. Let me check. C plus. If something extra, then I will not surprise, because you do something exceptional always. So, what is the issue?
Sir, I have done this.
Here the you go to T and R. This is T and R and cos T.
This, sir.
What is the formula you have used?
R into cos T.
Where is that formula? R cos
C5 into cos D.
and then y.
Here, sir. And then this
C5. Where is C5? This is C5 2 and cos D5. Okay.
So that is then this.
So it should never be. I think your R is increasing somewhere. It should be constant R here. So it should be circle. It is over. वो R constant रहना है, दो ही रहना है सारे जगह में. नहीं उधर डबल क्लिक करो ना. So R plus real part and C you take C. C is 2 plus 3I. Z. Complex is equal to complex 2 plus 3I. Sometimes I face also this problem, because when we drag it goes on changing the R distance, but in circle R should be constant. But in this process you can learn how to add this Archimedes spiral. You are increasing that radius, so it will become Archimedes spiral. So with that many interesting thing you can do when you start using Excel in mathematics learning. Then you see that C and Z complex I have done in HCL. Then I have added these two, im sum Z1 Z2. Then again I extracted im real and imag, and then I plotted in the same plot. And once you get this, and who can do it fast, raise hand. CZ, C plus Z, and then im real and imaginary. And lastly you have to plot this real and imaginary in same axis. Now you see, doing it very simple, but understanding the concept is first required. केविन नहीं हुआ? जल्दी करो. So all the operation I have shown, translation, scaling, reflection, everything can be done with complex number. Im sum, im real, you can see now formula. Can you show the formula? Yes. You can see this formula. Have you got the scaling? Not scaling, here what I am doing, translating. This is also a function, w is equal to z plus c. If you cannot able to see those geometrically, you will not realize what happens in between. In analytical calculation, you will never realize. Many of the mathematicians claim that they can see this in their mental eye, and they don't require, they want abstractness. And I have seen many of the books. Okay? Very good, clap. So, can I proceed now? Next topic. So, I have seen many mistakes in their books, and they acknowledge. When I write them back, they acknowledge, and in that books, many of the books having what I should compilation, and it is editorial board, passed through a very large editorial board. In editorial board, there may be 7-8 chief editor, and along with him 7-8 editors. They edited that book, and in that book also many mistakes, because I can that will directly you can never feel that there is a mistake, but when you model it and see it, you can easily find that this is a mistake. So, this is the advantage of learning mathematics through modeling. Now, can I go next chapter? Okay. So, here I have done same thing for scaling, what actually scalar multiplication, when we multiply a complex number with a scalar, what happens. I have shown that these are not that much important. The important thing is that this thing you should learn. This is actually 3D, and I should say you should attend one 3D modeling class to learn all those things. This I was showing you the rotor, how here I have taken a number 2 and 3, and then I was animating it. You see this, I animate, and I can this is the beauty actually. You can see that how it is rotating counter clockwise. So, when you can see this sort of animation, it excites you to do much more. So, this I was telling you that self learning. When in book it is described, they are descriptive way they have written it, but you will not get the feel of like that. You will never realize that it means this. So, this is another thing. So, whenever you want to work on complex number, no, your domain is something like a grid like that, or a plane surface. It is a plane, no, I was showing it is xy plane. So, you should learn what is the xy plane, how to do that. Next, I will be showing a function. This is a function I have shown at as a z is equal to x plus I y. This is a plane left side, and the z square, when this function is w is equal to z square. So, how this z square will look like? I had a grid of a square grid, and when I multiplied it, then w become w is equal to z square. This is the graph we get. So, unless you learn these things, then it is very difficult to enjoy the beauty of complex numbers. This is the basic things, the how functions are created. Then I am going ahead, and then you can see this is a branching. Branching means square root of z. So, I had a domain of a circle, and square root of that is this half circle. So, I told you now how it is happening when we multiply, then angle gets divided, so doubled, or when we make a square root, angle become half. So, here it was a half angle, and that is why we could not go up to 360. So, what I mean to say, you have to sit down for some time and practice it, but you can practice it and you can understand yourself. This is the self discovery, self learning. Here if I go on what is happening here, if I go on telling you 100 times, it is very difficult to convince you or understand, help you understand this. But if you do want to exercise, these are example taken from Kachot books, which is GTU follows, and it is called branching. Now, this is the beauty, this is the beauty when we talk about the square root. Sorry, I was thinking that I will make this mistake and I have done at last. Sorry, because both are dusters. Anyhow, what I was thinking that 2 is 2 to the power 4, how much? 16, 16, 16. This idea I am not 100% clear, but trying to correlate with geometry. How much? 2. What is the implication of this? 16 of fourth root of 16 is equal to 2. Implication of this, is not it? So, in number line system, if you see, this is 16 and you will feel that 2. So, this 2 into 2 into 2 into 2. So, what is that? 2 into 2 into 2 into 2? It is not that. All these numbers having magnitude of 2, but these values can be different. Angle will be different. Actually, this is the meaning of fourth root of 16. All these values, if you multiply this, you will get 16, and this number not like this, what we feel in general. And this is shown here, the 9th root, 10th root, like that. So, here I have put one slider, and you can see this 1 root, 2 root, 3 root, this third root of I, this is square root of I, this is I. This is I, square root of I is this two numbers, no 3 sorry, this is the two numbers square root of 3, and you can put it here. So, these values you will get here, also you can put this value. After learning model, I experimented like anything. This is 1/3 root of I, and it goes on 1/5 root of I, and these are the numbers actually we generate. So, you need not calculate every time, one formula you learn and you apply that, you will get all the roots of any number. At any number, this is 20th root, 21st root. So, you will get a number like that which multiply it will be 1. So, these are the inversion or Z, or this is conformal mapping. This is actually what happens. Conformal mapping, it is there. You have a number A, B, C, D, and you have a Z. So, W is equal to AZ plus B plus CZ plus D. So, what is the values? So, how to calculate that? All this is first numerator I have calculated, and all this formula you can see that this is actually the real formula, and only same idea IM is required. So, it tells that it is I am doing imaginary formulas, and this is the denominator, and this is the division of these two formulas. So, this is conformal mapping or bilinear transformation. Then this is polar exponential form. This exponential form, what is that? Then de Moivre theorem. De Moivre theorem means we tell this sin x plus cos x to square is equal to sin n x plus cos n y n x, no, square comes to the addition. So, that how it comes, it is demonstrated that this is root, again root. There are many experiment I used to do, function, limit, derivative, Cauchy-Riemann theorem. This actually geometrical representation is like that. This is partial differential equation, but it is related to some extent related to this Cauchy-Riemann's conditions. What is that? I will not going to explain much here now. You can check, who is interested, he can check. And there is a conformal mapping. Here all these numbers we have shown, these numbers can be not real numbers, A, B, C, D. This can be also these imaginary complex numbers. And here I have that inversion x, Z and 1 by Z. So, Z, if Z is a arc like this, it has become a straight line like that, 1 by Z. So many things. This is also that one. Here Z1 is all imaginary numbers, and how this conformal map bilinear example with complex numbers. This is another example how a rectangular things appears when we go for a square. Like that, very interesting things are there. I am just scrolling, time is almost getting over. This is not related to complex number, but this is actually one formula that one Gallis, I think he developed one formula for, he is a botanist and developed a formula where we can use this single formula for any shape, or right side you can give these shapes, and by changing this sliders you can change this shape. You can see whenever you change the sliders value, then the shape gets changed. Anyhow, this is another thing. And then sequence and series. This is sequence and series is applicable to real number system. Same thoughts are there in complex number system also. This is polarization. What is polarization? We use that aspects. These are the functions. This is, I think, exponential of z, exponential function of a complex number. So, if it is a grid, it looks like this. All these are there in my presentation, but I am showing it in Excel sheet because you will see this is another function, how blue is the original domain, how it changed. This is another function. This is translation, scaling, rotation. This is 1 by z, 1 by z, how it looks like. Very exciting figures, z cube. This is z cube. This is z square plus 3x, how it looks like. And all these things, the Fourier transformation, many things are there, but all these things can be done in Excel. That is the message I want to give. I do not want to teach you each concept here. This concept is available in book, but if you read this book, you will never understand what they tells it. But you go and create these models, you yourself will learn what is that. So, now I can teach you conformal mapping, but you do not know what is the conformal mapping, and you will never enjoy that, because it is not. But whenever you face any problem in college or somewhere that where you require to apply conformal mapping, then you will remember we can do like that. So, correlate that and apply this technique, you will easily do that. So, that was my message. Any problem related to complex number, you can easily do it in Excel, and this is a message from my side. And any question from you, anything you want to know. One by one, Andar.
I don't have a question. Yeah, sir, I wanted to say I did this rotation one.
Very good.
Yeah, sir. Yeah, and I'm looking into, I'm trying to do the surface also. And yeah, sir, this is all very interesting.
Okay.
And like earlier I have seen lot of Khan Academy, a lot of complex number content is there, but like today, sir, you taught like really nicely, so I got to understand I got to see like and properly understand what the formulas were, and yeah, the graphic with the graphical representation and all. Yeah, sir.
Very good. Very good. Chalo. Any other things you want to share?
Yes, that was all I wanted to share. That like I'm very happy because like with your explanation I got to know a lot.
So, why you wanted to learn complex number? Why you visited Khan Academy?
Sir,
You are in class 7. You should not know even there is a complex number. How you came to know and why you tried to learn?
so sir, about how I came to know. So my mother, my father, my teachers, they kept talking to me about different subjects, and then they didn't look at my age. So I knew a lot of about like these numbers, complex numbers, calculus, integration, etc. So sir, I don't try to limit myself academically. So if I'm in 8th grade, so I'll try to try 10th grade, I'll try 11th grade. So that's why I wanted to understand these topics. So that's why like I looked into trigonometry, then complex numbers I wanted to understand. Yes, sir.
Okay. So, any specific subject you want to learn next? Anything you feel that this will be the next topic that I will want to learn?
Personally, I wanted to also get to know a little about Fourier series or something.
Okay, Fourier series, actually series itself is a big chapter.
Yeah.
And series actually related to what I should say, real number system, real analysis, as well as complex analysis. So, next sometime I will try to do, you already attended calculus. So, with reference to that calculus, where this series fits, on that I will try to make a presentation.
Okay.
Okay. Anything you also share? Anything? कुछ तो बोलो, बोलना शुरू करो भाई. You are the leaders. I see that you will be sitting in a chair at where you go now for getting a permission. Then after 5 years you will be there and you will people will come to you for permission. So you should be the prepare yourself in that way. So कुछ तो बोलो.
Today I learned how to represent complex number in graphical way in using Excel.
Very
and using different, how to represent different function like sine, log, and imagine how to represent in graph.
Yeah. Whatever function is there in real number, no, all this function is available for complex number also. Very good. So, Kevin.
For the first time I came to know about that using Excel we can create so many good shapes. Actually, as a civil engineer, I never knew that outside of the drawing sheet we can draw such kind of great shapes using very simple formulas or using very simple numbers. So it was very amazing journey for me, and I would like to join such kind of workshop again and again. That's all from my side. Thank you.
Very good. Parth. Parth is in hot seat. He has a lot of responsibilities I have given to monitor the online viewers, and I am thankful to online viewers. Those are joining with me. For them, I should say that we have Google Classroom. There will be assignment, and there will be these materials will be available there. They can access there. I have given them access code. We have created a WhatsApp group. You can post your any queries is there, and everything is free, and so monetarily you need not worry. Only thing I wish that you learn it properly so that you can apply it in your career, or not only your career, we are aiming for Atmanirbhar Bharat. So, your activity should also be there, so that we can reduce our dependency, knowledge dependency on other countries. We should be self dependent on our own knowledge. So, this is for me, for them. And Parth, now your turn.
Through this session I got a real implication of complex number in real life. Like complex number is a complex number can be defined on a plane surface and real number are on a line surface. So it is new for me through graphically.
Very good.
That's all.
Okay, good. So, with this we will be closing our session, and thank you all the viewers. Thank you Vaishak for providing me this opportunity, and also the people, professionals associated in doing this. I know that it is not very simple tasks, constantly monitoring, maintaining this camera focus and everything, keeping track of what is happening, recording and simultaneously broadcasting. Very difficult tasks, and I am thankful for them, and I thank all the technicians and professional executives. Those are helped me on doing this, and thank you to our Education Minister ji, who is providing us the platforms to conduct such opportunities, because as you know that I am from a startup company and doing something in education sector. So, my journey is very difficult, and some helps from the ministry level smoothen my efforts, and I am thankful for that, and thank you all. Meet you next session, next program. Bye.